What is a patriot? A patriot is someone that loves Christ, country, and their family and neighbors. Someone who is willing to stand up for what's right. Although there may be a cost to them, someone who has overcome fear because fear is of Satan, willing to go the extra mile to do and show what's right. The only reason I'm on YouTube is because of God. I feel it is my destiny, my duty to do and say the things God shows me, or else I'm of no good to God at all. All patriots must stand up or risk losing God, country, and family. This is all of our destiny, to do God's work. Thanks to all who watch my videos. But remember, it's not about us, but about our children, our country, our God. Thank you. Hello, Brother Steve. What's going on?
What's up, Ronnie? Aloha.
Man, cold here, trying to keep my old bones warm, you know. Got the jacket on, man. I'm rocking, ain't I?
Just talking about cold, I can feel it.
I heard that. Hello, Dakota. Hello, Watt. Dennis Bowles. Hello there, brother.
Karen Reese. Chris Gilbert.
Oh, you find Miss Sharon Hudgens.
So is it what? Is it what or is it what?
It's a good question. Meemaw Patriot is in the house.
Yeah, man. I've been having a great week up until a couple hours ago. For some reason, I found out, tigers, like the wild animals, tigers.
Oh, yeah.
That their urine smells like buttered popcorn. And that kind of ruined my whole day because I'm like, why do I have to know that? Why do I know that now? And who's the person that wouldn't found that out? Like, I got to know what their piss smells like, man.
You're going to have to buy your bottle of it just to see if it's true.
Hello, LSP. Weird random facts that I just happened to find out. Sharon Smith.
Hello, Sharon. Our good buddy LSP is in the house. Hello, brother LSP.
LSP, always good to see LSP.
Definitely. Hello, Chessboard. Welcome, brother. All kinds of good people here. Thanks to all you folks for being here. I was going to put this on Rumble too, but when I set it up, you can't, at least they won't let me set up 2 shows at one time. And so this was, Friday night, I think I set it up, or maybe it's late, whenever it was.
I think it was Friday night.
Whenever they won't, I set up mine too, for that night. They won't let you set up 2 shows at one time. So, and then I did mine last night, so I couldn't set it up last night either. Welcome, Hoot.
I still haven't figured out Rumble still. Hoot, aloha.
I bet you ain't ever even tried to figure it out, have you?
To be honest, not really. A little bit, like 2 minutes here and 2 minutes there, and then I'm just like, I'll deal with this later.
Well, in all honesty, it's really not that hard to do it, but it does. If you want to go live, if you want to show you live, then it costs you $10 a month. Which
is that what it is? Oh yeah, that's right. I think I heard something about that before. Which isn't bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, because you're already paying for StreamYard, so that's not a cost.
Yep.
I mean, you already got it. So, but and really, it's not. It don't take me a minute now to set up the uh, Rumble stream, to get it ready to go. And when I first started, though, it'd take me an hour because I just knew I was messing up somewhere, and I did
Right.
eventually. I know Dakota boy last night was a long one, wasn't it? I mean, it was long, over 6 hours last night.
Oh, shoots, really? 6 hours.
Yeah,
Wow.
over 6. But I tell you, that last video, at least in my opinion, was so good. That I thought about ending it early because I was tired. But I thought, no, this is one I can't end early. I've got to finish playing this because the guy was, in my opinion, he was nailing everything, man. And plus, he wasn't just nailing everything. He wasn't just on target with everything, but you could tell he was speaking from the heart. He was emphatic about things. Michael Torres, how you doing today, brother?
Is it one that you took down after it was over, or is it still up?
No, I took it down.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, because I haven't really been on YouTube a lot since my dad's been here, so I missed it. I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, it was well, with him talking about the things he was talking about, it would have been just a little bit too dangerous to leave it up. Miss Cheryl Rich, hello Cheryl, welcome, good to see you.
Cheryl Rich, aloha.
Auntie Well, good to see you.
You playing hour 2 tonight? Oh, Dakota Hayes is mad. Ronnie York, I'm mad at you for ending the 3-hour one after 1 hour. I wanted all 3 hours at once.
Well, the thing is, and I thought about that, Dakota, about playing it all, but I had so many other great videos to play. I didn't want to take up the whole show with just that one, So that's why I did it. My apologies, Dakota.
Aloha, Jamestown Baseball Commissioner. Aloha, I haven't seen you before. And Mike Litoris. Aloha, I like that name. I'm not going to say it fast because I get it. Pretty good one. But aloha and welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome, definitely welcome to all our friends from Hawks Chat.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Let me grab this real quick. I'm going to pin, for everyone in my chat, I'm going to pin the link to Ronnie's so that you can also go there and give him a like. See, share.
Absolutely. If you'll drop yours in the chat, Steve, I'll pin yours on mine.
Okay.
Let me get mine up there right quick because I hadn't pulled it up there yet. Let's see, where am I? Got to find it.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh, I posted yours and yours. I was supposed to post that in mine. I was in the wrong one. Let me do this again. There you go, everybody. If you're in Ronnie's chat, you can click that and you'll still be in Ronnie's chat.
Let's see. Did you drop yours in there, Steve? Your link?
Not yet. Okay. Let's see. Paste.
Yeah, Hawk is live. I just saw him when I pulled this up, so he's definitely live. And he did say last night that he
okay,
that he might not be able to make it today. So,
but we'll still have another special guest surprise. We'll have a surprise guest.
Oh yes, big surprise. I'm surprised that I'm not overly surprised.
Here we go. So here's the link to mine. Let me make sure okay, this is your chat. Okay, now my link is in your chat.
Okay, let me pin.
And your link is pinned in my chat.
All right, let me go ahead and pin that little bugger. There it is. Get back over here now where I belong. It's supposed to be up there. Hope it is.
Nope. Yep, it's up there.
All right.
And the funny thing is, I was looking up multiple choice poll questions. So I put that on mine. Which U.S. president reportedly haunts the White House? I don't even know the answer. So it's a legitimate question.
I do, but I ain't gonna tell.
Oh, do you? Okay. I think I know, but I don't. I'm not positive, but I think I know. But I can't vote on it anyway. So
Hawk's not live. It showed him to be live just a minute ago. Let me go back and look. It was definitely showing him to be live. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that he's not. That was just the way I wrote it on mine. I misread it there. So you're right. Chessboard. Darned it, I hate to admit people are right and I'm wrong, but sometimes you just gotta do it. Hello, Kiss Off. What's up? Good to see you.
Kiss Off. Aloha. Wow, over 40 people watching. That's awesome.
Sure is. 43. 43 to be exact.
Yeah, I didn't ignore you in Ronnie's chat. What? I'm sorry, Dakota. Which oh, I said hi earlier, didn't I? I swear I said hi to Dakota. Maybe I was thinking it. But aloha, Dakota Hayes. Always good to see you.
Yeah, we were talking right before we came on, Steve, about how cold it is. And well, it ain't cold in Hawaii, but I'm telling you what, here it dropped from about 90 to, I was sitting out on my front porch steps, what was it, Friday afternoon, I guess. And it was real muggy and warm and everything. Then all of a sudden the wind switched around to the north. And it was cool immediately. And it felt good, if it just stayed like that. But now it's cold now.
Yeah, I think
that's my little jumper here or hoodie, whatever the heck you call it.
For Texas too, yeah. If like below 60, it starts to get cold in Texas.
Shoot, if it gets below 70, it's cold to me.
Right? Yeah, me too. But yeah, my dad was telling me the other day, I think it was Friday. He said it was like in Michigan, it was like in the lower 70s, and then tomorrow it's going to be 32. I'm like, yep, that's why I left Detroit, because that's Michigan weather. 70 degrees one day, below freezing the next.
Well, here on my computer, it's saying a freeze warning in effect for tonight.
So, freeze. Oh, man, I don't miss that shit. Hell no.
Well, last night, right after I went off of YouTube and got in bed, I bet I hadn't been in bed 15, 20 minutes. The lights go out. The stuff in here, I can tell. Plus, I have an electric heater here, which kind of lights up this room where I'm at. And they go out. And aren't out for maybe a minute, come back on. Then a minute or two later, they go back out. A minute or two later, they come back on. And then they go out and they come back on again, and then they stayed on. I thought, what in the world is going on with the lights?
Yeah. You're being haunted.
No kidding. Then I get up this morning and I'm, fixing me something to eat. I have the toaster going and the coffee pot. And as soon as the toaster pops up, the lights go out. At the same time, boom, boom. And I thought, well, what in the crap? But the funny thing is although the lights and everything went out, the fan that I have in my bedroom was still going. And I thought, well, how could that be? But what happened is here in this trailer, it's so easy to trip a breaker. I guess the wiring, I don't know. Either the wiring ain't heavy enough or the breakers aren't heavy enough for the load. But anyway, it clicked those breakers, or it clicked a breaker. And that's a devil to get into where those breakers are, because you have to get on the floor. You need to have a knife or screwdriver to pop the thing off. Yeah. Man,
I can imagine. Yeah, I've worked in similar trailers like that, and even the plumbing. It's like, oh man, everything's so tight and then hard to get spots. And
my question is I can't figure out how the hot water works. I mean, how it gets hot because there is. I don't know if there's a hot water. It's got to be a hot water heater somewhere.
it could be a tankless.
It's almost has to be because there's not
Yeah,
really room for a tank anywhere.
yeah. I'm guessing it's probably the tankless are pretty cool. They got. I mean, there's point of use ones which are really small or just right, but it's cool because it's like the inside of it. All it is like 3/8 inch soft copper, and it's like coiled. It just
Yeah.
goes in, and then when you run the water, it just heats the shit out of it while it goes through all those coils. And but the good part about those too is it only heats the water when you're using hot water. Like a regular tank, you're not using it, it'll
Yes.
censor that the water's not as hot anymore, and it'll kick on.
Mm-hmm.
So you're wasting electricity and gas depending
Yeah.
on what kind of heater you have.
And this one, you can turn the hot water on at the kitchen sink, and it gets hot almost immediately. But if you're in the bathroom trying to wash your face or take a shower or anything,
Takes a minute.
It takes a good little while for it to get hot back there.
Oh, yeah, you probably got a tankless, and it's most likely located close to your kitchen sink somewhere.
Yeah, that's exactly. Hello, Buff. Welcome, brother.
Buffering, Tine Duff, and Hoot. I just say hi to Hoot. I don't want to miss anyone now. I don't want anyone else getting mad.
Miss Karen. Hello, Miss Karen. Welcome. I don't know if I said hello before or not, but I want to make sure. Miss Karen is. I hope she makes me a quilt. She's a quilt maker from way back.
Oh, nice.
Of course, I have to pay for it, which is fine. But I would love to have her make a quilt with and V said this last night too. I think it's V with a big, American flag in the middle of it.
That would be nice. And they're so comfortable, man. Cozy quilts.
Yeah, I've got one, and I did have a bunch of them, but I don't know what happened to them. I don't know if I think my daughter might have took them. I don't know, but had a whole big old, those bags you put them in to keep them clean and dry, big plastic bags.
Yep.
That thing was so loaded down with quilts you could barely pick it up. But I hope she got them. I keep meaning to ask her about that, and I keep forgetting.
Hey, hello, Debs. Hello, Deb.
Hugs right back at you, Debs.
But speaking of electrical and fuses, man, the other day, Friday, Nina was like, she's like, something's wrong with the USB, like the cigarette lighter thing or whatever.
Yep.
In her car, and she's like, it won't charge or nope. And I'm like, it's probably a fuse or something. So it's Friday night. It's like 10 o'clock. It's dark. I'm out there with flashlight. I get her owner manual out, and I find out which fuse goes to that. So I pull the fuse out, and you know how the fuse has got those two metal prongs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I pull the fuse out, and it was definitely blown, but there was no prongs. So I'm like, shit, man, I broke them off. And like, that's never happened before. So I'm like, man, and I'm messing around, and I'm like, how am I going to do this? So I'm like, it's too late. It's too dark. I'll do something tomorrow. So I look it up yesterday, and I'm not the only person this has happened to either, which made me feel better. But one of the things I seen, there was some girl, and the question was like, I broke the prongs off in my fuse thing in my car. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm going to cry. So everyone answering, it's like, you didn't break anything off. It's just, it's a different type of fuse. And it's like, so they're just changing everything. So yeah, basically the new fuse it's a fuse, but without the prongs. So it looks like they broke off.
Well, how do they stay in there? What holes?
It's still, on the sides, it still plugs in, but I wish I had one or at least the old one. But
think
And
I've ever
then
missed one of those.
I had to go to 2 different places because nobody had them.
Yeah, I can understand. They
Right? It's
probably.
like they're always making shit difficult, man.
I heard that. Hello, Salt and Light. Good to see you, girl.
Hey, Salt and
Welcome.
Light, Salty Explorer, aloha.
Absolutely. There's the Salty Explorer. You know, between the Salty Explorer and Salt and Light, boy, they got enough salt to feed the world.
Salty.
No kidding.
It's salt of the earth.
But you know what? Last night, it was on the last video. I'm telling you, my butt was so tired that I had to get up and move around some. I took my headphones off and got up and walked around. You know, did a few little exercises. Of course, the exercises I do wouldn't hurt anybody, but but I had to do it, man. I mean, my butt was aching from sitting here so long.
I got mad, yeah. There
And
was a
that's
few
what.
times when I first started doing that Music Mayhem, because those were 6 hours every time. When like the first 3 or 4 of them, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to sit here for 6 hours again. It starts to hurt. That's when I started buying those memory foam cushions to put on my seat.
I've got a pillow that I sit on, but even with that, I mean, you know, it's just, I guess it's just sitting so long, you know, that bothers my butt, man. I'm telling you, not just my butt, and my legs start going to sleep, you know, from sitting so long.
Yeah. Well, mine hurt because I don't have much meat on my bones, so I got a bony ass.
Well, I do too.
So, all right. So then my ass bones start to hurt.
Dakota, you always give me a pain in the ass.
Nothing saltier than Democrat tears, though.
I know. It's wonderful, ain't it, Salty, to have to see them Democrat tears. It is to me, anyway. One of these days, I'm going to wear my hat that says, well, I'll show you what it says if I ever wear it. I ought to go get it and put it on so you can see it. Hang on just for me just a minute. I'll go get it.
Okay, cool.
That reminded me of it.
Yeah, while you grab that, I'm gonna pull up that one video we were talking about too. There's I'm sure some of you have seen it in the chat. Where'd it go? Oh, right here. I'm sure a lot, or some of you, at least some of you, probably seen it in chat. But a guy went to Hillary was speaking, and guy stood up and asked, "Can you explain why your husband went to Epstein Island? What do you say, 27 times?" And everyone just went nuts, and they dragged him out, literally dragged him out. "What's up, Steve-O? The man with the iconic rock garden is in the house. Aloha." What do we got? So far, we got U.S. president reportedly haunts the White House. So far, Abraham Lincoln's got 50%. George Washington has 6%. Thomas Jefferson has 28%. John F. Kennedy has 17%.
Can you read
There
my
we
hat?
go. Make liberals cry again. Nice. I've never seen that one before.
Salty tears and all.
What's up, Ghetto? Aloha, Ghetto. William Grammer's here.
Welcome, Ghetto. The announcer is here.
It is official.
Not much, Ghetto. Just shooting the shit for a while, and then we'll hopefully really get into something good when second hour starts. But as everybody knows, I hope by now anyway, Steve and I, every week we just have a general conversation until at least most of the time, until the second hour, and that's when it really gets going. We're gonna have to get Ghetto up here again one of these days. You know, I enjoyed arguing with him.
Definitely, Ghetto. Well, I'll keep in touch with you, Ghetto, and we'll set it up again if you want to come up for the second hour in the next couple weeks.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, and I got that video too. If you want to show them that.
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
Killery Hitman. Oh, there we go. All right, turn the volume up a little bit. Let me know in chat if it's not loud enough or if it's too loud.
Somebody who's going to get up every day.
Hey, Hillary, why'd your husband miss FC Island 26 times?
Is this really necessary? Is this really necessary, guys? Is this really necessary? Is this really necessary, sir? Hey, is this necessary, officer? You guys are dragging a grown man out. Is this necessary? Seriously, come on. Hey, is this necessary, guys?
He ought to fart.
Don't hit me there. You guys are dragging somebody out in
You're not welcome.
private event. You decide
Why
to.
do you guys support like just endless government spending? I mean, she's giving more money to white people in Ukraine than you freaking idiots in Houston to keep voting for her. Watch out. Endless money to Ukraine, endless money for Israel. She's not anti-establishment. You guys vote for the same shit over and over again. Same crime. It's gonna be like just like Chicago. You guys love this shit.
All right, you have a blessed day, sir. Have a nice day.
Now I can't.
And that clip is from Liberal Hive Mind. So shout out to Liberal Hive Mind. Please don't give us a copyright for using that clip.
Oh, they wouldn't dream of it.
I don't think he's that type. He's got over 1 million subscribers. I'm pretty sure he's good.
Well, you know what? That guy should have thought ahead and wore one of them tearaway T-shirts. You know, so when they tried to bring
right. I'm surprised they literally just dragged him, like it was almost off of his head.
Don't you think it sounds like they're saying when they're yelling out there, you know, chanting whatever, they're saying Steve-O, Steve-O.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just figured it out though because I was looking at all the signs everyone was holding up and it said Sheila. So I think they were chanting Sheila. But it did. I kept thinking it was like Steve-O.
Well, why would they be chanting Sheila?
Let me go back and see. It's where is it? Sheila Jackson Lee for mayor. So yeah, it's like a thing for running for mayor.
Yeah. Well, Sheila Jackson Lee is a congresswoman from here in Texas.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
she was.
All the signs are Sheila Jackson Lee for mayor, but it doesn't say.
Well, she might have lost her, congressional race. I don't know, but all I know is she was, kind of out somewhere past Pluto, and the way she thinks about our country and all, like most of them are.
Yep. Like that Pence over there, that backstabbing sellout. That's just finally figured out that he's gonna step back. Man, he was done in the beginning of the year on the 6th day of the year, if you know what I'm saying.
He was definitely done before he ever got in the race, that's for sure. But in all reality, he was done back when he was Trump's vice president. When he came back on that plane, regular old plane, standing up, it was a big troop transport plane. And here he is. Well, he went to, I think he went somewhere in Ohio to give a speech or whatever. But then some things were found out, while during this time. And so Trump had him turn around and come right straight back, but not on Air Force One or Two, as it's known when he's on it. But there was some, and I've told about it on my channel before. I don't want to tell about it today because I won't leave this one up, but let's just say that what he was turned around for wasn't good. They were
I'm
gonna,
sure that guy. I really never trusted him from the get go. To be honest.
well, I tell you what, just it ain't, man. I don't know if it is about now, but it's not hard to find what was going on in Indiana when he was mayor. I mean, the guy was not good, and it had a lot to do with children.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that. What's up, Joe Kerr? Finding Forest, Chad Freeman. What's up? I set my stream up so that when this stream ends on my channel, it will direct everyone to Chad Freeman's live later today at, I forgot what time it is, like 3.5 hours from now, 3 hours from now.
You know, Steve, last night, Buffering was trying to, I don't know if he was just messing around or what, but he was trying to get my cash app right. Man, he went through it about 30 times. And like I said, I don't know if knowing Buffering, he was probably just messing around. But it looks like he's got it right there now. I still wouldn't swear to it, but because I don't know a whole lot about that. But it was so funny last night when I was playing videos and sitting back here just laughing my ass off.
Let me see if it's right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use Cash App that much. I was gonna say.
Hawk, welcome, Hawk. Good to see you, brother.
Hawk, oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's right.
Is it?
Wait, where'd it go? I lost it. Oh, there it is. Yep.
He said he was really trying. He wasn't playing.
Got it right.
Ronnie Cash, 4%, for president. Right on. I'd damn sure make a whole lot better one than a dude that's in there now. Yeah. Well, I call him the resident, so for a very specific reason. Not mentioned once in anyone else's chat.
We can understand everything Ronnie says, and he makes sense. Thinks logically.
Sometimes a lot of people don't think I make any sense, but hey, you know, they're the ones that's on the other side, so I can understand that.
Hey, Hawk. Aloha, Hawk. Good to see you, brother. I seen him come in, but I didn't say hi at the same time.
Yeah. Hawk, are you going to have a show today? You're going to be able to make it up here with us, bro. Hawk's a bit, I'll tell you what, and I know I've said this a million times, but Hawk has definitely got some more kind of staying power. I mean, 6 hours to me is a hell of a long time.
It is a long time.
But Hawk, he goes for 10, 11 hours almost every day.
Well, it makes it easier though if like if you're gonna play like a half-hour video, because then you can always just let that play. You can get up, move around a little bit, take a little break, but still, it's still a long. Just to be sitting at a computer, period, for that long.
Well, I know Hawk gets up and moves around some, but even, getting up and moving around some, feeding the dogs, whatever it is, that he's doing, it's still a long time. I got to cash out from somebody. I don't want to use the name without their permission.
Yeah, that's the thing about,
so I'll just say thank you to that person that sent that very kind $10 donation. I definitely appreciate it. Thank you. And if you want me to say your name, just let me know and I'll be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing with those like Cash App and stuff, because it says their actual name. So it's like sometimes I've had it where I'm like, I don't even know who this is, because I don't know the person's actual name. I just by their YouTube name,
Yeah, I opened it up. It's from Estua. Thank you, Estua, very much.
Right on, Estua. Aloha. Mahalo.
Absolutely. I hope. Well,
Oh yeah. Oh, go ahead, Ronnie.
No, I was just going to say, Hoot, I was saying, Hawk, you get up and move around, don't you? I know he gets up and moves around some, feeding his dogs and stuff like that, but how much? I don't know.
But yeah, but Mr. Cheddar Pepper Prepper, Aloha won, but too he says guest duet last night. But yeah, because we were on Deb's wood burning and Nina joined me and we sang a song together, which was pretty fun.
Did you? So you ruined the song, huh?
What's that?
I said, so you ruined the song, huh?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but I went back and listened, and it was actually pretty good because you could barely hear me because she was sitting here and I was over here, and this mic, like you have to be directly in front of it, otherwise it's So I really didn't ruin it that bad because you couldn't really hear me that good, so it worked out.
That's cool. Hey, the problem is when I'm singing, I have no one here to offset my beautiful voice. So last night now, I did sing one song, and I don't remember how many people were in there when I started singing, but when I got through singing, there were a lot less. And I'm not joking.
That's no good. Something must have happened then, because I think you got a great voice. What's up, Ed Hen?
Ed, Mr. Ed. I don't know why YouTube keeps moving my supermod abilities.
There you go, Ronnie.
Well, if you're a supermod, Ed, you should be like Superman. They shouldn't be able to remove it.
There you go, Ronnie. I contributed to the blanket fund.
Did you?
Yep, just now.
Well, thank you. $10. All right. Thank you, my brother Steve. Appreciate that. I'm going to get a blanket whether anybody likes it or not. People keep donating them one way or the other.
Hey, Lady Smith. Aloha. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah, there it is. I was looking for her. There she is.
Hello,
Lady Smith.
We almost got 60 people in here coming up on our special guest and surprise guest.
Yes, and the surprise guest is going to be a surprise. A big surprise. I sang My Girl last night. I sounded so beautiful. Those people that left didn't know what they missed. I mean, it was wonderful. If I do say so myself. I'm probably the only one that thinks that, but
Ghetto says, don't tell him he has a great voice. He may sing again. We got to stop enabling these mentally ill folks.
My girl. Ooh. That's just for you, Ghetto. I look just like Superman, actually, Ronnie. When I say it, exactly
70.
Like him.
We got 77 likes combined. So
wonderful.
That's pretty good.
Who didn't hit the like? Come on now. I know
you got 45 likes, 37 watching, so that's pretty good. I got 32 likes, 18 watching, so the like to people watching ratio is definitely good.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I just, it's always got to give people a hard time, regardless, cause
oh yeah.
I know there's got to be somebody in there that didn't hit the like button.
Or there's always that one person that hit the like button and then hit it again and unliked it. Like,
oh, that's buffering. He does it every time.
Yeah,
last night, Buffering told me it was up to, I think he said either 60 or 61. I went and looked and there was 62. And so I said, oh, it's 62. And so I ain't kidding. I went just, as soon as I said that, I went back and looked again and it was down to 60. That's where the other 2 likes go. I know Buffering didn't hit it. Well, he might have hit it twice on his phone, once on his tablet. Down, I mean. And it wouldn't surprise me at all knowing Buff.
Right. That's I just seen it. Yeah, for everyone in chat on my channel, I have Ronnie's the link for Ronnie's pinned at the top, and on Ronnie's he has mine pinned at the top. So, but yeah, what I noticed though, every time, however many likes I have when I end the show, and then when I go look again, it's always one less.
Yeah, mine
It's
too.
always one
Always.
less. I don't get it. It's like if it's 62 and you end the show, then all of a sudden it automatically goes to 61.
That's right. It's the same way on mine. I don't know why they always take away one, but they do. Chad says I'm now at 50.
Oh, right on. Yep, 51.
Yep, 51 now. But it might as well be 50 because they'll take away one
Right. Yeah.
regardless. Crooks. What is it you say? YouTube asshole.
YouTube asshole. Assholio. What do you mean, Ed? It's on mine. It says that you're still. I'm not sure. Are you talking about my channel, Ed, or are you talking? Because it says you're still. I don't know, man. It says you are on my end. So.
And thank you to our fantastic announcer, Mr. William Kramer Jr., for that kindly $10 donation toward my blanket fund. Thank you, William. Appreciate that, brother.
That's a damn good donation.
Damn sure is. I got
well, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. That's what I was saying in the beginning. Because I just I Googled a good multiple choice question for a poll, and I don't know the answer. I think I know the answer, but I don't know for sure. So it's actually more of a question because I'm trying to find out. But go ahead, Ronnie. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just seen that comment.
I can tell you what the answer is if you want me to. It's your poll, so I mean I don't want to run the poll.
Let's see how many votes there are. 28. All right, I get 2 more votes. If it gets to an even 30, I'll end it, and then then we'll find out.
Okay. But there is someone that haunts the White House.
I've heard that before, and I think I know, but I'm not. I don't know. With the other answers they gave, it's like,
Buffering.
Well, let's put it this way. It's not the one that has the highest percentage that I think it is, but
I gotta open this up. Trying to figure out what Buffer. Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you, Buffer, for that kindly $5.17 donation, brother. I love the 17, by the way. I love it all, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you, Buff. I'm gonna have to start doing a blanket fund every day. I mean, a blanket, thing every day.
That blanket's gonna come quicker than you thought.
I'm telling you, man.
I ended it at 30 votes, and then one more vote snuck in, so I got 31 votes. But so it says Abraham Lincoln 41%, Thomas Jefferson 32%, Kennedy 22%, George Washington 3%.
Well, Abraham Lincoln one is right.
It is right? Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I learned something new every day. That's not what I thought it was.
Who'd you think it was?
I thought it was George Washington.
No, it's Abraham Lincoln. Supposedly now, I mean, that's what a lot of people say that have stayed the night there. D-Dog, what's up, brother?
What's up, D-Dog? Aloha. There you go. Next week we'll get you a pillow. Pillow fun.
There you go.
You know what? If you don't have, you need to get that My Pillow, because I have 5 of them, and they are awesome. They're awesome pillows.
So your ass ain't near as raw after you sit on them for a while as it would be if you didn't have one.
Nope. And you can, when they start losing their fluffiness, you just throw it in the dryer for like 30 seconds, and it's like a brand new pillow again. It's like it poofs out. And
What do you do when you ain't got a dryer? I hadn't got a dryer. I had to go all the way up the laundromat to throw shit in the dryer.
You got to go to the laundromat, drop in like 12 quarters just to turn it on for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
But they are really good. I mean, there's so many different ones to choose from too, like on how soft or hard, or there's just, you can like fit it to what you want specifically.
It says, well, Abe Lincoln is a time traveler and he loves to spook people by yelling 77 years ago and then some and giving an address. Right on, Ed. I kind of figured it's what it was. You know, but I mean, having you verify that is great.
And then Lincoln breaks into a rap while breakdancing. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the real Slim Shady.
Look here, Joe Kerr's asking Ed Hen for a date. Just messing with you, Joe. It's what it kind of how it reads, though, ain't it?
Dual date. I'll bring a crazy date. Oh, you mean like double date?
Yeah, I know. I just have to mess with Joe.
I've never heard that before, though. Dual date.
Oh. Double date, I've heard. Dual date, no.
You know who I haven't seen in chat yet?
Who's that?
Landon and Tiff.
Oh, that's right. I hadn't seen them either. Yeah, you're right, Hawk. I'm pretty sure that his son Tad died there. Or did he really die? That was the story, but I just wondering if it really happened. If you catch my drift. Because, see, and I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying it's stuff that I've read over the past couple of years. And that is that Abe Lincoln, well, not only Abe, but a lot of people, the Kennedys included, had kids that were babies, you know, that were supposedly died, but they didn't really die. They were sent overseas, you know, to grow up because certain people in this country didn't want them to live. So they sent them overseas so that they wouldn't get unalived. So we shall see if that's true or not. I mean, I don't know. But they, well, there's a guy, who was it called? Might have been, I don't think it was Lawrence of Arabia, but it was, can't think of the name now. But he was a big guy in Arabia. I think it was Libya. And he was supposedly Abraham Lincoln's son, I believe, or grandson, one or the other. Been a long time since I read it, and my memory ain't worth a shit anyway, so.
Yeah, I heard that he died of pneumonia.
Yep, that was definitely the story. But the thing is, what I'm saying is you can't, it's hard to trust or believe in anything you read anymore, you know. And Abraham Lincoln was of a certain blood type that they were, and still are, to my understanding, trying to wipe out. And that's why the Kennedys, you know, I think they had one or at least one child while they were, while Kennedy was president, that was supposed to have died. And he supposedly was actually sent overseas. And his name was Patrick, I do believe, is what they named him before he supposedly died. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying that's what I've read. You know, how in the world would you prove it one way or the other?
Right. Yeah, there's so much stuff that blows my mind. Like, how do they know this stuff? How do you prove it? Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, all you can do is
even stuff where they're like, yeah, this took place, you know, 300 million years ago. How do you know it was 300? How do you figure that out? Like,
Yeah, and how do you know it was 300 million years ago? It could have been 200
Right.
million or whatever.
Yeah. So like, how do you know this shit? Unless time travel is real and they actually know.
And that's just it. They don't know most of. They're just they're hazarding a guess, just like we have to do on just about everything. They
Yep.
don't know a damn bit more than what any of us know. Other than they are paid to go out and dig in dirt, and supposedly be able to, figure out what that dirt means by the way it's laying, even though they use a shovel to move it, and all that kind of good stuff. Exactly, Salt. Exactly.
Yep. Figured out by making it up.
Kind of like the globe Earth thing,
Right?
Again, I'm not saying that the world ain't round. Well, it is. I guess it'd be round either way you looked at it. I'm not saying it's not round. I'm saying I don't know. But if I had to, if I was forced to guess one way or the other, I would say it's flat. I don't think it's round. But then that's just me, and there's not any more evidence to prove that the Earth is round than there is to prove that it's flat.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not round, and I'm not saying it's not flat.
Exactly.
But yeah, if I had to, just from the last couple of years, if I had to choose, I'd probably say flat too, just because pretty much everything that we've been told is a lie. So why wouldn't that be one of them?
That's exactly right. Exactly the way I look at it. Well, and not only that, but with NASA and all, and the way that, well, they showed that these guys train underwater for this, for their missions in outer space. So if they're training underwater for it, well, it kind of leads you to the conclusion that that's where they film this stuff at, is underwater, while they're doing it and making it look like it's in space. And I think that's exactly
where would you look like you're weightless except underwater, right? Like,
Chap, what's up, brother Chap? Good to see you.
Big Chap. Aloha.
It's about time you made it to one of our shows, Chap.
But either way, though, flat or sphere or round, whatever, at the end of the day, whatever it is, it works perfect for me. So,
and the thing about all this is, Chap believes in the globe Earth. You'll kill me.
Oh, he's a glober. One of them globers.
Yeah, he's one of them globers. No, I guarantee you, Chap is a flat Earth guy all the way, and he's damn good at explaining his points too. If you can get people to listen, which is hard to do sometimes.
Well, what they say too, they're like 7 out of 10 dentists recommend. No, like 7 out of 10 pilots. Well, I'll admit they're like, no, it's flat. Like, not even just like straight up. Like, is there curvature? And they're like, no. Why? Like, no. Like it's like everybody knows that, right? That's the way they like go about it. So, if that many pilots are saying that and aliens, but now aliens don't matter because
well, you know what?
aliens is like a last year thing.
Oh, they'll be bringing it back. I guarantee you, they'll be bringing it back. But here's the thing: if the Earth is spinning at 6,000 miles an hour, because you got to calculate that. And there's 4 parts to a day: morning, evening, night, and then morning again. I think that's the way it goes. But if it's spinning, that means it would be spinning at 6,000 miles an hour. Okay, and if it's spinning at 6,000 miles an hour, then what keeps the water and everything in where it's at? And I know gravity exists, but nobody can explain what gravity is actually. It's just a theory. Gravity is.
Right.
So what keeps the water and everything from just flying off into space? And why isn't space why doesn't space suck all the air? It's a vacuum. Why don't it suck all the air right out of off the Earth? Mr. Charlie, hello,
Yeah,
Mr. Charlie,
okay.
welcome, brother.
Charlie Gabaldon, aloha, brother. What holds the water from going over the edge? The land. But I don't know. Like I said, both ways.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
a
you know,
flat earther or a round earther, but I lean flat, but it works for me, whatever it is.
well, the thing is, you know, if the water, I mean, the water has got to be in some kind of a bowl, or you know, in whatever you want to call it, in the earth. So if the earth is spinning at that fast, then why don't the water, you know, at least go to one bank? You know, how come it's not sitting there like this, you know, and then like this when it gets to the other side? I mean, it's just, and why did they change it? Because I think it was in the 1800s, sometime in the 1800s is when they changed it from, it used to be known that it was flat. Then in the 1800s, they said, no, it's not flat, it's round. So
Yeah,
why
I
would they
remember
do
reading
that?
about that. Yeah, they used to teach it that it was flat. I
Yeah.
remember reading about that.
And who have we got here except the other than the man that can go forever without taking a break? The great, the one, the only, my buddy Hawk.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up? Aloha, Hawk. Good to see you, brother.
Hey,
Absolutely.
the question would be, why would the Bible say that he separated the waters above and the waters below?
I agree.
You know, think about it. Waters above and waters below. Now, there was a video that was put out. It was actually one of those beta before the VCR tape came out. They had the little beta tapes. Okay. And the guy was in a submarine below the Mariana Trench.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he bounced off, and what he saw looked like a clear lake. And he was going to try to surface through it or submerge farther through it. And instead, he bounced off of it.
You're absolutely right. He did.
I don't remember what his name is, though. Dang it, because I was gonna pull up that video.
Well, he wound up dead, didn't he, or unalive?
Well, he wound up unalive about 3 weeks after he surfaced and told everybody what he found.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I wonder why, though. Why would they want to unalive him? Because, you know, he showed what happened. Unless, you know, they didn't want the story out there.
Well, because, this is the thing. Anything that blows people from their narrative, okay, can't exist. Okay. So, you know, even the hardcore flat earthers that are out there, you know, there have been quite a few guys who were able to prove that the earth was flat. They ended up dead too. You know, yes. Guys who invented engines that run on water, gasoline, they end up, you know, unalived. You know, and you know, so anything that distracts from their narrative. But the thing is that the root word is NASA. Okay.
No kidding.
And when you look it up in the Hebrew language, it means deception. So basically, NASA has been siphoning funds out of the United States since its inception in the 1950s.
It absolutely is. No doubt about that.
And I just heard that like a week ago too, that the Hebrew meaning of that is deception. That's weird. That is weird.
Okay. So you think about the amount of money that's allocated to NASA every single year. And lo and behold, you find out that they have been robbing this country blind for years.
And they have. The question is, Hawk, where do you think that money goes to?
Fancy houses, big yachts, nice Porsches and Lamborghinis, and big parties.
Yeah, and I was doing a little research on this here a while back, and the research that I came across said that the majority of that money they used for the underground tunnels.
There's a very good possibility of that.
Yeah, it is, because otherwise, I mean, I know there's a lot of rich people super rich people in the world, but why would they want to pay for it when they can get the money from us?
Exactly. Well, it's like this. Think about what's going on over in the Middle East right now.
Mm-hmm.
We fund both sides of it.
Always have.
Yep, always have. Yep.
Israel gets money from us every single year. They're allocated a certain amount of money every single year. Okay. And we're also allocating money to the Palestinian people.
Not near as much as to Israel, though. I mean, they get this much.
Israel's objective is to erase Palestinian history. But what people don't realize is, do you want to know what the biggest thing that they want to erase is? Christ.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah,
because he was Palestinian.
Let me. What do you think about this debt clock thing? By the way,
I just put it back. I just shared it back.
Oh, is the new one up?
It should be down below, Ronnie.
Oh, you got it already? Okay.
I share. Yep.
Let's see what they put on there today.
Let's see.
I thought it was around 6 p.m. that they posted it.
There it is. If you can read
the government should create, issue, and circulate all the currency and credits needed to satisfy the spending power of the government and buying power of consumers. By the adoption of these principles, the taxpayers will be saved immense sums of interest. Money will cease to be master and become the servant of humanity. The money preys upon the nations in times of peace and conspires against it in times of adversity. It is more despotic than monarchy, more insolent than autocracy, more selfish than bureaucracy. Yeah. They've been robbing us blind for years and years and years.
But what does that tell you? Him that being posted on the debt clock. To me, it tells me that, you need to prepare for the new monetary system.
Well, Abraham Lincoln created the silverback.
Yes.
Okay. He made the silverback dollar. Now, he was basically doing the exact same thing that Kennedy was attempting to do in driving out the central banking system. That war was not about slavery. Actually it was, because we're the slaves. All of us are the slaves. Okay. Yeah. He was trying to, all right, control yourself. Let's back up. Okay. Jews, Muslims, and Christians all lived in what country? Palestine. Where was their peace? In Palestine. Okay. There was no country of Israel. Israel was a people that resided in Palestine. Okay. They had 3 states. There was the state of Judah. There was, and the other 2, I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay. So you have to, you kind of have to think about what I'm saying. Okay. Yes, Jesus is a Jew. Okay. But the fact of the matter is Jew was not a country. Okay. So you can be Catholic, but you live in America. You're an American. Okay. That's where he was born. He was born in Palestine. Nazareth Nazarene was part of, or Nazareth, I'm sorry, was part of Palestine. It was a city in Palestine.
I agree with what Chap said here. He said, we've been talking about this for months, Ronnie. Why is everybody acting like it's so brand new? And you're absolutely right, Chap. We have been. And I think that what is up here on this debt clock, like I said, I think it's telling people to prepare for the new monetary system, which is going to be precious metal backed. I mean, It's already that way here in Texas. It's the law is there. Of course, we're still using the same old money, but it's going to change. I have no idea when, but it's going to change, and that's what this is saying. I think it's telling people to buy as much silver as you can afford to buy now, because I don't think it's going to be much longer till it all changes. Could be totally wrong, but whether it changes, whether it all changes or not, we are going to a new monetary system, because both, the bad side and the good side both want the new monetary system. Of course, the bad side is going to be a very bad system for all of us, but I think the good guys are going to wind up getting the good system in. And that's it. But here's what seems funny to me about this whole thing, Hawk, is that it's being posted on the debt clock. Who, other than very few people in the upper echelons of government, could put something like this on the debt clock?
Yep. Hold that thought for 1 second. Okay. Isaac was not given Israel. He was given a son named Jacob, who was then had his name changed by God to Israel. Okay. The land that was given to them was called Canaan. And that was given to Abraham, but Abraham was unable to stay there because of the fact that his tribe at that time was too small and it was being destroyed by many. Okay. So you had the Philistines, you had the Palestinians, and you had the Jews, that the Israelites, and you had and then later came the Muslims. So it's and the Muslim relationship religion was established before Christ, because two of the wise men that came to see Christ were Muslims.
It's funny because I just had played a video last night about Muslims and the guy that more or less created it. And it was created because what happened was they couldn't get all the different, what's known as Muslims now. They couldn't get all these different tribes together to believe in one thing. And so he comes along, and at least at that time, he did get them together, but now they've all more or less split apart. How many different brands of Muslim are there? About 50? I don't know. There's several of them.
I think there's like the original. I think there was like 7 tribes. So so Jacob, or Israel, okay, had 12 sons. Mm-hmm. Okay. Joseph was sold into slavery, became a right-hand man to the Pharaoh of Egypt, and ended up saving everybody from the famine, and brought brought Jacob's tribe to Israel, okay, and or to Egypt, and then they ended up indentured to the Egyptians because they refused to pay the Egyptians taxes. Okay. And so they became slaves for 400 years. That went on, and yeah, there is such an in-depth thing to it. And it's
weird because we now are in this basically the same situation that the Hebrews were in back in Egypt in those days.
Oh, absolutely. We're waiting for a Red Sea moment.
Absolutely. That's where I was going. That's exactly where I was going. And when that Red Sea moment gets here, which this time could very well be a nuclear war, or right on the verge of a nuclear war. I don't think it's going to happen myself, but it'll be so darn close to it, it's going to scare drawers off of us. So it's all turning out to be if that is what happens, it's going to be a very scary situation. But after that's all over with, and this is my own way of thinking here now, that's where the money comes in because if a person buys silver, gold, platinum, or whatever, then after this all changes, these people that have it are going to have the silver and gold and stuff are going to be really rich people, where the ones that do have money now and don't buy it are going to be dirt poor. And because that's what happened when they left Egypt, was the Hebrews took all the gold and silver with them when they left. I mean, from my understanding of the Bible, took
Pharaoh
it all.
told them to take themselves, take all their belongings, and it was upon everybody gathering to leave that the Egyptians came out and gave them all those things to ensure that they would not return.
Well, that would do it for me,
because you got to think about it. The massive amount of population of the people there in Egypt had all just lost their firstborn.
Yeah, exactly. That's what finally made Pharaoh release the captives. But my point is, that the ones that do have the gold and silver will be the rich people, and the ones that got all this money stacked up now, that money won't be all it'll be good for is to wipe your butt on.
Yeah. You know who's going to be super, super like the richest dude around the world is going to be Parker Schnabel from Gold Rush.
Never heard of him. Parker Schnabel.
Yeah. He's one. He started off as a teenager on the TV show Gold Rush, and he started mining with his grandfather, and then his grandfather passed, and he's been doing it on his own all these years. But he just passed like the 55,000 or 56,000 ounce mark.
Wow.
And and he just bought another plot of land up in Alaska to mine. So yeah, it's kind of crazy.
No kidding. That dude's got a lot, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you think if gold? Well, think of it like this: if gold goes to 10,000 an ounce, 55,000, that's over $5 billion or $55 billion. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Well, the way I understand it, silver is going to be the one that really shoots up to. I think they're all going to go up astronomically, but my understanding is that silver is going to beat all of them. When it finally flips, because they've been crookedly keeping silver down.
Oh, absolutely.
Many years.
So gold right now is somewhere between, if I'm not mistaken, it's right around 2,200 an ounce right now. Okay, silver is supposed to be half of that value. Okay.
Yeah.
And instead it's what, $22 or $23 an ounce.
Yep.
It should be around. Silver should be somewhere between 1,100 to 1,500 if the gold is at 2,200. So it should be 1/3 of the value of gold should be removed, and that's your baseline for silver. Okay, but if gold goes to 10,000, then that means that silver is going to go to anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000, 5,000.
Yeah, and I think they're both going to go up much higher than that. But we will have, we shall see. Is all I can say about it. But I've never owned gold before, other than in a ring or necklace or something. And so about a month ago, I decided to buy me a little gold. I bought $3,000 worth of gold, and and kind of, I look at it two different ways. And
it doesn't look like much when you're holding it in your hand.
No, it don't. I mean, it's just a tiny little bit. But hey, it's and I got it in not in the big, ounce size, but I got it in the smaller sizes. So
smaller incremental, so that you can pay for stuff with it.
Absolutely, and you won't have to hope this guy's got gold chains to give you back, because most people ain't gonna have that. So yeah, and I've got quite a bit of silver too, and I'm going to buy some more here tomorrow. Silver. I just don't trust the. I don't trust our money at all. I mean, it's just like I said a while ago. Both sides, the good and the bad side. They call it the bad side causes the reset, and they definitely want to reset. And
yeah, that's why everything's digital now. That's why everything's card on your phone. On not many people use cash anyway anymore.
No, they don't, and that's how they get away with all this stuff about if you go to a bank and you need $20,000 in cash, you're not going to get it, at least not that day.
Right. Yep.
10 days later or whatever, but they don't have that much money on hand. They never do. But when they're using it digital, well, they can finance $1 million, pretty easily.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, huh?
It is. Hello, Miss Sharon Mercier. Welcome.
Sharon, aloha.
But talking about the Bible and everything, I just love it because it to me it pertains to today's time so much, and it fits in so well with what's going on today. And I'm talking about the Red Sea moment, or time that's coming up, and all that kind of good stuff. And it's going to be, it's just like, when they were caught between when the Israelites were caught between Pharaoh and the Red Sea, they thought they were dead. They really had no hope at all of escaping. They weren't going to escape until God stepped in and divided the Red Sea.
Well, he also dropped that pillar of flame down in between to stop the Egyptians from being able to come down the mountainside to slaughter them there at the bank, So, and then
that's exactly right. Put that flaming sword, whatever it was, in between the two of them. Exactly. Well, it says, Ronnie, do you use a company? Yes, I buy from I'm gonna have to think of the name now. If you hadn't asked me that, I could have thought of the name. But yeah, I buy it from a company. I'll think of it for you here in a few minutes, and I'll say the name.
Yeah, there's
hey, Ronnie, you ready for our surprise guest?
Whenever you're ready to bring that dude on, yes, sir.
There we go. We got to share one mic, so it might be hard to hear each other, but because you might got to be kind of close here. Let me move over a little bit.
Hawk, you probably don't hadn't seen him before, but this is Gary, Steve's dad.
I'll tell you, he's a lot more handsome than Steve is, so why don't you put him in front of the camera? No, I'm
in town from Detroit, Metro Detroit, Michigan, visiting.
Oh, right on. Yeah. When I was young, I lived in Royal Oak.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, over on East 2nd Street, right off of 11 Mile Road.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's right near my hospital. I go to Troy, Belmont.
Okay. Yeah, I know where that is.
No, chessboard, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I was talking about rich people, super rich, that have all this money put aside. They'll be the ones that don't have anything. With the people like normal people like us, I definitely believe that money will be, whatever money you have in the bank or wherever, will be replaced with either the new money that's coming out or the precious metals.
Yeah, you got to think of that executive order 13848. Okay,
absolutely.
A lot of these people, because of the crimes that they've committed, everything that they own is going to be confiscated. So all their silver and gold and everything is going to come back. So how they would distribute that to the people, I have no idea. But maybe it's maybe they might add it to the Social Security fund or something like that to guarantee that every American doesn't have to work after the age of 50. That's the way it should be. Work for 30 years and then spend the next 60 years, raising your children, your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, and enjoying them, being able to do things with them. We're not meant to work until we're 70 years old and then die at 73 or 74. That's BS.
That's right. And then on top of all that, when you take all these poisons that we're receiving nowadays out of the water, the food, the air, and everywhere, that's going to make people, or at least it should make people live a lot longer, or cause you to live a lot longer. And so, therefore, you may be able to work longer if you want to, or retire if you want to at an earlier age, however you want to do it, but I think those times are definitely on their way. Good times with good lives.
If I could, Watt, you're actually 100% correct. If Nasara is a real thing, okay, and it goes through, and that basically every person is given a certain amount of wealth, then yes, the funds that you currently have would go to a redemption center and be exchanged.
Yes, it's exactly how I understand it.
I mean, that's what they had to open redemption centers like that back in I believe it was the 1920s or the 1930s, when the gold and the silver were confiscated by the government, and the government basically said, you have to bring your silver and gold in, and we're going to give you the dollar value for that. And I believe that was in the 1920s. I could be wrong. But I think it was the 1920s. But I think they also did it again in the 1940s because the war was going on, and they wanted the gold and the silver for the war effort. And so there was an exchange also then. And basically, you took you took your gold and silver into a bank, and they gave you cash value for that. And then that gold and silver went to the government for what they were doing.
Chap says, how am I going to redeem $1,200,018? Now, how am I going to redeem $12.18? Oh, Chap, I think you'll probably have a lot more than that when it's all said and done, brother.
Gift card.
Yeah.
Yeah, go in with a Starbucks gift card.
But it all boils down to what they've done to us over all these years and taking our money, and not only in taxes that they should never took, but also in the contracts we signed over our lives that never should have been signed, because they also include interest and everything. The whole system was set up on crookery.
Now, Blackwatch, I know you're not that old, but yeah, thank you for confirming that. Yeah, I thought it was the 1920s. I wasn't positive though. That was, if I'm not mistaken, that was right after the war of 1918, the First World War.
I couldn't say. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just think that it's all that we're going to have a very good government and a monetary system, because I think most of the government is going to go away. There's going to be very little government. And then it goes back to how it should be, where you take care of yourself, and you don't have all these laws bearing down on you and all that kind of crap, that are meant to keep you down. That's what they're all about.
Yeah, it's a taxes thing. Somebody sent me a video clip, talking about, basically taxes are illegal.
Yep, they are.
The thing is when you a 1020 or a 1040 is one thing, but it's that initial paper that you fill out, you basically federally registering yourself as a federal taxpayer. you have to revoke that. You have to send them a letter revoking their authority over you. But you have to make sure that you owe not even a single penny in taxes when you do it. But once you're revoked, they can no longer collect any type of taxes from you. Okay. Employers are forced to give you that 1020 or is it 10W?
10W something.
Guys, I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, it's like, well, Ghetto San Nassar would destroy the economy, same as if they gave reparations to all slave families. You flood that much money into a country, all goods and services would skyrocket. No, Ghetto. What happens is, or what has happened is over the years, they have literally robbed us blind. And they've had this gold and silver and everything stored up underground for centuries. So what has happened is all that gold and silver has been returned to us. It's in a very safe place. I'll put it like that for right now. When it all happens, and this is up to very smart people, I mean, they have to figure out how this is going to be done. But you have a point in a way. But what's going to happen is all that gold and silver is going to be used to back the money that we get, the new money. For instance, right now, a dollar is worth about a dime, if that much. But when it all changes, that dollar will be worth $1. If you got $100 bill, it'll be worth an actual $100, backed by precious metals. So that's the point. And if you can afford to buy any gold and silver, to buy it, now. But if not, I mean, it's all, I don't know exactly how they're going to work it all out either. But it's definitely not going to crash the economy. If anything, it'll make it a way, way, way better. You'll see. But it's going to happen. Craig needs to borrow some money.
I was just going to say that. Craig needs to borrow some.
I do too, Craig. Can you spot me a couple thousand? Welcome, Craig. Good to see you, brother. Mr. Craig the Hunter is in the house. Everybody bow.
That means we made it, Ronnie. If Craig's here, we made it.
We made the big time.
We're big time now. Yep.
You ain't kidding. Exactly. Thank you, Buff. My blanket fund. I need the funds to buy my blanket, or quilt, rather.
Oh, yeah, and Craig needs to ride from the airport still.
Well, let me know when you get there, Craig. Give me a call. I'll be there. It may take me a day, but I'll get there. I would go pick Craig up. As bad as I'd hate to, I'd go do it, but I would. If he needed to ride, I'd be there to pick him up. I'll put it this way. I would head that direction. Now, whether I actually made it or not, I don't know, because I'm old and I get turned around easily and lost and all that, particularly in that big old airport.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the intent, right? You had full intentions.
It would have to be for me. And a hamburger, huh? Well, you got it, Craig. I can darn sure get the hamburger. Or maybe a hot dog, just depending on how much money I got on me. Craig's a trip, man, I'm telling you. And the thing about Craig being a trip is he's going to take a trip, so it's a double trip. You just got to be careful not get tripped on the way.
That means he's tripping.
Yeah, exactly. It says Ronnie looks like an old broke skateboarder right now, but he can outdo Tony Hawk.
Hey, it's cold in Texas right now.
It sure is. It is cold here. Has it gotten cold in Louisiana yet, Craig? Craig don't know. He probably ain't been outside. All I know is it's cold here compared to the last several days. Anyway, it's good and cold here. Gary, was it cold up in?
Yeah, it was in Michigan when
Well, it got to
when you left.
in the 70s on Friday, but on Halloween it might snow.
Yeah, how was it when you left? Was it warm, cold in the middle?
It was warm. It was cool when I got here, but 2 days later I got up in the 70s and everybody went golfing. But then on Tuesday, Halloween, it's supposed to snow in Michigan.
So
Yep.
you came at the right time.
No kidding. Well, it's
Yeah.
always the right time to go to Hawaii, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but it's worse though if you go and it's in the 70s where you're coming from, and then as soon as you go back, then it's snowing.
Yeah.
Like, shit, I was supposed to go to Hawaii when it's snowing.
Oh, and Gary, I've been this question's been on my or request has been on my mind for a while now, and I'm glad you're here. Could you please watch our show more often and keep your son in line? I mean, golly, he gets out of line.
I try.
You try.
Yeah, big chap.
Yeah.
He lives in Michigan on the west side.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He said it's 44 degrees right
Right.
now.
It's supposed to be high of 38 on Tuesday.
Well, if it's 44 degrees right now in Michigan, it's 40 here. That's what it says right at the bottom of my computer.
Really?
40 degrees
Anything
here.
below 70 is cold. Anything below 70 is too cold.
No, if it's 50 or higher, you can go golfing.
I heard that. Well, it just amazes me though that it's showing to be colder here than it is in Michigan, because I know Michigan is a cold place now.
Yeah, yeah.
And Texas,
Yeah, but it'll warm up, or in Michigan it won't.
exactly. I think by next weekend it's supposed to be back up warm here,
Right.
which
now,
I
my
like.
brother lives in Nashville, and it's cool there now, but next week it's be back in the high 70s. So
36 in Missouri, says Ridge Runner.
85 here right now.
but the feel like temperature, the wind chill is 92.
Oh, wow, I just noticed it. Yeah, it's 85 here, but feels like 89.
Well, yesterday was the wind chill was 92.
Well, I know one thing. It was sure nice and warm here yesterday. I think it was yesterday or day. Whenever, man, I tell you what. Well, I stay up late and everything anymore. I get my days mixed up. But I was sitting on a front porch, and it was just as warm as it could be. You know, wind out of the south. And while I was sitting out there, the wind changed around to the north and was instantly cool. I said, "Wow, man, I like this." I liked it like it was then because it dropped, I don't know, several degrees at that moment. But now it's too darn cold.
Right.
Yeah, you don't see Ronnie wearing hooded sweatshirt like that too often.
You sure don't. I'm going to put this up so I stay good and warm.
Yeah.
There's now the real Slim Shady's here.
Yeah. Look like Darth Vader or something.
You'll never see me in long sleeves.
Yeah, even when it's snowing.
Well,
he's the guy that when it's snowing, he's still wearing shorts. You're like, this isn't cold.
Last year, Chris took a picture of me shoveling the driveway in my bathing suit.
Was you getting a tan or just showing off your beautiful figure, Gary?
I don't wear. I hate long pants.
I'm the opposite. I can't wear shorts.
I wear shorts all the time and a t-shirt. Sometimes when it's cold, and then if I need to go outside, I'll slip on a pair of sweatpants and a jacket. I'm like your dad. I hate to wear long pants. I really do.
Yeah, I hate to wear. But then again, I'm like I said, I don't got a lot of meat on my bones. I got chicken legs, so.
Well, I do too.
I don't like wearing shorts.
I got stumps.
My old friend told me that I looked like a orange with a toothpick shoved through it. In other words, I'm fat in the body and skinny in arms and legs. I couldn't argue with him. He was right. But hey, what can you say? You are what you are.
Like Buffering says, clothes suck. Yeah, we're all really we're secretly all nudists.
That's what it says.
We just how does that go? Ed always says it. He says it perfect, but yeah.
Well, Ed ought to say it perfect because I mean I'm sure he's read 3,000 books on it, you know, at least.
Freezing warning in Missouri. I mean Missouri.
No, you said it right the first time.
Yeah.
It's misery. Because if you're living there in that state and it turns cold and snowy and everything, you are definitely in misery. Just like you are here in Texas. I think every state should have been called, or like Texas, you know, Texas misery or Florida misery. Well, Florida don't hardly ever get that cold. But basically every other state does. Good old misery. Exactly what life. Good old misery. Make a song of that too.
What happened to Hawk? He
had a phone call.
The dogs? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a phone call.
I'm gonna ask him how the dogs are doing.
Well, you get him talking about them dogs, and we'll be here 3 weeks. No, Hawk loves his dogs, man. I understand that. I know you love Pablo and Chop loves Sophie. Now, I don't know if Buff loves Sadie or not, because Sadie let him in a ditch one night. Which is weird to me because he had the leash, you know. He's supposed to be the smart one, and yet he lets her lead him into a ditch. Ain't that right, Buff?
As many dogs as Hawk takes care of, though, man, that's a handful.
Oh, no kidding.
It's a big handful. Oh yeah, good question, Buffer. Where's David Devine? Where's my my brother from another mother, but possibly the same father? David Devine.
Gary, was you off messing around somewhere when you shouldn't?
We're gonna find out. Yeah. I think I have an older brother, slightly older brother, close to age, but I think Dad was having fun back in the day and didn't tell anybody.
No, Ghetto, because all the rest of the world will be on the same type of money. Right now, the world has been on the fiat dollar now for I don't know how long. Well, before I was born.
Yeah, that's on oil though. Okay, so what we have to think about is this: where it comes to our currency, okay, it's he who holds the gold holds the wealth. Okay. And if we took 650 big ass planes out of the Vatican filled with gold, you know, basically the U.S. has more gold than any other country. So it's the value of whatever we use, you know. But the thing is we've used the dollar in order to control other countries for so long. Okay. It's time these countries stood up for themselves, had their own gold and silver, and were paying the same way that we do. And then nobody's in control of anybody. We right. Take care of our own. We control our own. What goes on here in America, what goes on in Canada is handled by Canada. What goes on in Mexico is handled by Mexico. Fair trade is fair trade. Okay. Instead of having all these tariffs and everything on everything that's imported and exported, okay, we eliminate those, okay, by having the actual same value worldwide without anybody being in control of it.
That's right. Thus BRICS. That's what BRICS is.
Yep. And we eliminate any country controlling any other country. Give people back their own places. You know, Americans have America. Canadians have Canada. Mexicans have Mexico, and they're in control of their own governments and their own people. And that's what we got to get back to. Sorry, I've been on
Canadians.
The phone, so.
Canadians have Canada.
Yeah, that too. Well, it's a and
the Hawk is exactly right. That's exactly
and Poland
right.
has the Polacks. So I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. Let me finish up this call, and I'll be right back with you.
Sure.
Okay.
But I saw that statement and I was like, okay, yeah, I got to jump on for a second and say, okay.
I'm glad you did to help me out. But that's
Yeah,
right.
that is a good point, though. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we've all been on this, and that's the problem, you know, with a lot of this is we've all been on this fiat dollar, petrol back dollar for so long now that people are kind of hypnotized by it, and so you've got people got to start looking at, you know, in another direction, because either way, we're coming off of it. We're going to another monetary system. That's all there is to it, whether it be good or bad. And like I said, I think it's going to be good. And I'm not talking about this digital crap at all. I'm talking about a dollar bill that is literally backed by gold and silver, or silver, platinum, copper, you name it, precious metals. And I myself, I can't wait for it to come in. But the problem is, between now and then, there's going to be some tough times. There just is. You know, one of the biggest problems to me is I think that food and water are going to be in very short supply. Just my opinion now, but I think it's going to be in short supply. So if you can, you better start stocking up on it as much as you can. Now, I hope the heck I'm wrong, because I don't believe me, I don't want to be short on food nor water.
What about the toilet paper?
That either. Hello, sunshine. Welcome.
Hello, sunshine.
Got that Hawaii rainbow up there. You notice that, Steve?
Yeah, I like that.
Rocking it. Hawaii rainbow.
Number one sunshine. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not just any sunshine.
And Chap's got a heck of a point here. Greed, one of the 7 deadliest sins, has a lot to do with it all. Sure does.
I think it's all taxes. It's taxes. They kept raising taxes, and taxes are illegal.
Buzz says we need a mostly true news segment, Ronnie. That's what this is. Everything we say is true. At least speaking for myself, and I know Steve feels the same way. You know, you can only go by what's in your heart, you know, and what you truly believe. That's what I do. And I definitely believe that, well, I know we're going to a new money system. It's just a matter of time. And really, I think the bad system is going to come in first. Now I'm talking about their digital system. I think it's going to come in first, but I don't think it's going to last long. And then the good monetary system will come in right after that. How they're going to do it, I don't know, but it's going to be a ride getting there. Oh, Craig wants a tie too. A hamburger and a tie.
A ride from the airport, a hamburger. Hold on, I'm going to start writing this down.
Yeah, keep a list for me, Steve.
I forget. Wait, and then does the ride from the airport, does it have to be in like a limousine, or just like a fancy Cadillac or anything? Pickup truck, okay?
Well, Alexis do. If Alexis won't do, well, then I can't pick you up, because that's what I drive is Alexis.
What about a Harley or a crotch rocket?
Well, I definitely ain't going to be on one of those. I'd kill myself if I got out of the yard.
Oh, wow. Today in 2003, Ronnie's favorite athlete, LeBron James, debuts in the NBA.
Really? Where did it say that at? Oh, there it is.
Oh, wasn't he like 17 years old or something? No wonder why that guy's so delusional and out there.
That's one man that if he's really a man, I kind of think he might be a lizard, you know.
Lizard, yeah, I would agree with that. Hey, Salty Explorer, what about the Ford Transit with plumbing supplies in it? I have that parked in front of the house right now.
What Richard said
Ronnie,
here
I
is
got
not just our economy, it's the world economy that is crashing. Then the gold back currency will kick in. Well, I tell you what, I think that Russia's economy is going gangbusters right now. And who knows what's going to happen in the future, but so far, Russia's done mighty good. I got a 1-hour video you can show.
Ronnie. It's Ronnie's birthday every day.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Every day.
Yeah, that's how I got so old, Gary.
That's the only way he's 198 years old.
Craig got a 1-hour video. Well, Craig, what's it about?
I just went to it, and everyone needs to click on that and hit the notify me thing.
There's the people we've been asking about, or at least one of them. Hello, Tiff. How you doing?
Hey, Tiff. There you are. You know what, Tiff, and if Landon's with you, I have been laser focused on waiting for you guys to be in chat.
He ain't lying.
Laser focused. They know what I'm talking about from their show the other night. I've been waiting a couple days just to say that. Dang it. Navy Vet. Aloha. Good. Long time no see. How you been? Oh, good to see you.
Yeah, he is on Hawk's show in the chat all the time. I do believe he's the one. I could be wrong, but I think it's.
Yeah, I've known Navy Vet for years. I just haven't seen him in a while.
Craig said that 1-hour video is on his show tomorrow, so he's working out the future.
Yeah, he's promoting.
I heard that. Just as Landon's right beside me, laser focused.
Yeah, because on their podcast the other night, it was just I can't remember like word for word, but yeah, it's just using that word laser focus. It's like what, and it just stuck in my head. And I'm like, I can't wait to see them in chat because I'm saying that laser focused.
What Tiffany said there, smash that like button. I bet Craig ain't hit the like button yet.
He's telling me to focus on something or concentrate. I don't have any orange juice. What? You want concentrated orange? Huh?
Well, see what it is Craig, when he, at least on my show, when he's in the chat, him and Garrett or him and Ed gets to talk about some crap every night about wrestling or girlfriends.
Wrestling and
well, it's
concerts
wrestling. It's wrestling to them. It's not wrestling. It's wrestling.
Yeah, there's a difference. Wrestling is what you see high school, junior high, and college students do. Wrestling is what you see these adult idiots do to make a fortune.
Yeah. You know what will really get to them? Just say this. It's fake.
It is. Boy,
a lot of people.
You talk about flat earth pissing people off now? That's what you call them wrestling fake.
If I dived off a ladder on you and you were spread out on the table, it's going to hurt. You know, these guys have been practicing this stuff for 20 years. And
you might not get it up for 20 years.
I enjoy it too. I just can't watch the WWE anymore. I just can't. It's just like I watched the new AEW one. That's actually pretty good too. But they have a lot of wrestlers from the WWE that have moved down there. We've gone through every storyline possible with the WWE. Okay, it's time to it's time to write some new material because they go back 10 years and they rehash. They'll pull up a story. Oh yeah, now we're gonna make this guy do this, and it's like
yeah, just like they do with movies now. They just can't come up with anything original, so they just remake an old movie.
Yeah. Wildlife's comment there is wrestling is still more realistic than our current political system. You're 100% correct.
Can't argue that one.
Well,
yeah,
you know
Andre
what
the Giant. Yeah, when it was WWF, that's
Yeah.
when I was into wrestling.
Yeah.
Well, what they could do is go into each other's boyfriends. You know, I'm sure that they have that. You know, in wrestling, and I'm not talking about them the girls having a boyfriend. I'm talking about the boys having a boyfriend, because I'm sure they do. I mean,
Yeah.
You would think so anyway.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Craig says Hulk Hogan stole the Iron Sheik's paddles. What did you do that for, Craig? Well, to me, I mean, you know,
It's like George the Animal Steel. He was a college professor in New Haven, Connecticut. You know, the guy who would go and eat the turnbuckles. You know,
I never watched it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was George the Animal Steel. He was a college professor, really good professor too. From the people that I've talked with, you know, Undated E says our best governor was Jesse the Body Ventura.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? If we look at everything that's going on today, Jesse the Body Ventura did a series called Conspiracy. What the heck was the name of his TV show?
I know what show you're talking about, but yeah,
Conspiracy Investigations or something like that. And there was
a
woman that was on his show that told him years ago, back in the, I believe it was in the 90s or the early 2000s, that told him exactly what is going on right now in our country. Everything for the last 5 years. Okay. Laid it all right out. Everything from the woohoo flu to everything all the way down the line. Told him everything right there at the airplane hangar, and then she got on the plane and flew the hell out of the country.
Should have stayed. Yeah. Well, you know, to me, wrestling is about as realistic. Well, I'll give this one example about wrestling, and that is when President Trump, well, before he became president, goes in and beats the crap out of Vincent Kennedy or whatever his name was. You know, on the floor, then Trump just bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
If that wasn't just a little scene from a more or less a movie, a put on, in other words, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, like Navy says, from that movie They Live, I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. I'm all out of bubblegum.
Yep.
But wouldn't it be great if we had those damn glasses to see what those billboards really said?
Yeah, I don't know. It yes and no, because yes, but then once he did, he'd be like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, but we wouldn't be seeing aliens like they saw, or robots like they saw. We'd end up seeing the lizard people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Awaken Trillum. That is who it was, Vince McMahon. I said, what did I say? Vince Kennedy? You're right, Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, the point is it's all just it's a form of entertainment. That's all it is. And that's all they're there for, is to entertain you. If one of them guys jumped off a rope with their knee into another guy's throat, that guy would more than likely be dead.
Right.
Think of it like this: bread, wine, and battles, okay, was the Roman Colosseum. Now it's beer, brawlers, and whatever popcorn or whatever they sell, you know. So they're the gladiators of today.
Yeah.
Is basically what wrestling is. It's a distraction, because if you're paying attention to that, you're not paying attention to what's going on in the rest of the world.
Exactly.
No shit at all.
Speaking of brawlers, do you hear that? What's his name? The MMA got a deal with Bud Light.
Oh yeah, that's it. And there's a big backlash right now too. There's a lot of fans that had like season ticket holders for fights and things like that now want their money back.
Yep. That's because Dana White, that's what it is. His mentality was like, well, no one's gonna stop watching MMA. So, he's like trying to help him or whatever, but nah.
UFC, yeah.
Surprised. Or UFC, yeah.
Well, MMA to me is the real one. I mean, if you want to watch real
mixed martial art,
yes, then watch that. But if you just want to watch something for entertainment, then watch wrestling. But I mean, I just don't know how you could believe that that's real myself. But I used to watch my dad, man. He would get into the wrestling so hard he'd be beating his damn self up.
Do you remember what was the guy's name that smacked Geraldo Rivera?
Oh yeah, that was I know
Dr.
exactly.
Dr. D. David Schultz. When Geraldo said that wrestling was fake, and he took and he smacked Geraldo so hard upside his head that it popped his eardrum. Okay, and Geraldo has to wear an ear thing now because of that. And he said to Geraldo when he said it, "Is that fake to you?"
That wasn't Geraldo. That was the little guy. I know who you're talking about though, Hawk. What was his damn name? He was a newsman. But it wasn't Geraldo. What was that damn guy's name? And he sued him.
No, it was Geraldo Rivera.
Well, there was another one then. It was a little guy, not even as big as Geraldo. Well, Geraldo went very big. But and what was this? I can't remember the wrestler's name though. Big old dude. And he slapped the crap out of him right there on live TV, man, because he was saying it's wrestling's fake. He said, "Oh, you think it's fake?" Bam! And slapped him right on upside his head, man. I think the guy pissed himself right there on camera. I can't remember either one of his names.
Andy Kaufman,
the
comedian. I remember that.
The Hulk. That was his name. That was the guy that slapped this guy.
Yeah. Andy Kaufman. Yeah, I remember that. He was he wrestled. He actually got in the ring and wrestled. Now Geraldo was backstage when he got smacked. And he was doing an actual TV broadcast for one of the networks at the time when he got smacked. Andy Kaufman, he was him and Jerry the King Lawler was the one that Andy Kaufman was actually wrestled. He actually wrestled him.
Yeah, I remember that when Andy Kaufman did the wrestling.
Yeah, and the thing with Geraldo is that was the day he had some black guys on, and then the KKK representatives there, and he was more or less telling the black guy to get up and slap the white guy. So a big old fight broke out, and one of the dudes picked up a metal chair and just slapped Geraldo right across the nose with it, which kind of made me feel good, to be honest with you. I mean,
I don't care for Geraldo either, especially after his Al Capone vault investigation.
Yeah.
Every single one of them was empty.
John Stossel, that was the guy's name I was thinking about that the Hulk slapped upside the head that night. Yeah, John Stossel, that was his name.
No. John Stossel was was David Schultz. That was Dr. D. David Schultz was was his wrestling name. Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. Okay. But yeah, Geraldo, man, his old nose was broken, come out, had bandages all over his freaking nose and everything. Served him right. Except the chair should have caught more of his face. Maybe it was. Now I ain't saying I got a pretty face, but Geraldo is even worse in my opinion.
Yeah, he deserved to get smacked.
Damn sure did, and still does. I mean, Geraldo, there for a long while, I couldn't myself. I was having trouble figuring out, was he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? But here in the last couple of years, I don't think he's left any doubt as to what he is.
Who crossed gender lines? That was Adrian Adonis. Was the one who went to wrestle in a dress.
My goodness.
And him and Dr. D, David Schultz, or not Dr. D, Dirk or Dick Murdoch. Him and Dick Murdoch, they were a dominating tag team back in the day.
Well, I can't say as I know anything enough about wrestling to stick in your eye, that's for sure. What's going on, Eric? Good to see you.
Yeah, what's up, Eric? Aloha. Good to see you, brother.
I have a picture here somewhere of me at the age of 6 standing next to Andre the Giant. Well, I should say that, okay, his hand was on my head, so my head disappeared. Okay. So it looked like there was a body, just a kid's body hanging off of his hand, off of his arm. It was hilarious. I didn't think it was hilarious because I wanted a picture with Andre, and that was when I showed it to kids at school. They all laughed at me because my face wasn't there.
He should have picked you up and held you in his arms while the picture was being taken. I mean,
yeah.
My goodness, it's amazing you can be seen at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that was in Detroit, Michigan. That was that was taken, as a matter of fact, at a big wrestling event there in Detroit. That was, yeah, that was. We had some good times there.
Well, so Hawk, are you from Michigan too originally?
Well, I was born in Uncasville, Connecticut, but then my dad got out of the service and he became a police officer in Detroit, and we moved to Royal Oak. We were there until I think I was 8, and then we moved to Wyoming, and it was the 2 years of peace in my life as a kid. It was the only peace that I had in my life was for 2 years, and then from there we were in Salt Lake City, and when Dad was killed in Salt Lake, we moved back to Connecticut. So
your dad was
killed?
Yeah.
As
we're
a
not
policeman?
we're not going to talk about that. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Was he a policeman then?
Yes.
Damn.
Oh,
Sorry to hear
I know
that.
that.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
What's up, Creed?
So-
Good to see you, brother.
But
And
when
yes,
when
Creed
he
it
came
is.
home from the war, he wasn't my dad. He wasn't
Oh, yeah.
he wasn't the man who left, and would never become that man again.
Well, it can definitely change you. I'm talking about war. It can definitely change you.
It was I remember the riots in Detroit, because we had my brothers and my mom were in the hallway of our bedroom, which, when you opened up the front door, you could see straight back to the back of the house. And my brothers were standing there with bows, fully drawn, and my mom with a gun, as people were trying to break into the house because they knew my father was a cop.
Damn.
Yep.
Sometimes it just don't pay to be a cop, does it? Well, I got to ask this question. It ain't meant in a mean way, Hawk, believe me, but do you think your dad was an honest cop? I mean, I know today so many of them aren't. That's why I'm asking.
Before the riots, yes. After the riots, no. Because it was he was not prejudiced before the riots, but he definitely was afterwards.
Yeah.
It changed his entire look at other human beings, and that affected him every place that he went after that happened.
And you can kind of understand that, but what I'm really getting at is along constitutional lines, was he did he love the Constitution like most of us do here?
Now, when he was a sheriff, okay, so when we left Detroit, he became a sheriff in a town called Hannah and Elmo. It was Hannah. Hannah was one section, and then on the other side of the tracks was Elmo, and then there was a Native American reservation right there as well. He seemed like he was going to be okay. He really seemed like he was going to be okay. But then he got the job offer in Salt Lake, and he took it. You know, when he got to Salt Lake, he went right back to being the same guy that he was in Detroit.
Well, like I say, you can darn sure understand, you know, a guy coming back, leaving one way and going to war, and then coming back another way. It's what they call the 1,000-yard stare. You know, it just when you've seen too much, you've seen too much.
Yep.
Yeah, he originally signed up with the Coast Guard, but the Coast Guard sold his contract to the U.S. Navy because he was the first boat captain to pilot a boat up the Connecticut River from the Thames all the way to Hartford, Connecticut. He was the first one to do it, and so the Navy bought his contract, and then he was on the Mekong Delta for 2.5 years.
Yeah, I know Vietnam. I had a lot of friends that went to. I was in the Army during the Vietnam War. I had a lot of friends that went over there, and when they came back, the ones that weren't screwed up physically, and some of them were screwed up physically and mentally, but man, nearly all of them were screwed up mentally. You know, because the ones I knew, what we had when I was in was a place called Tigerland at Fort Polk. That's where they went to train for infantry to go to Vietnam. If you went to Tiger Town, or I think it's called Tiger Town, man, I'm telling you what, you knew that you were going to be in the war for real. And a lot of these guys, the ones that I saw afterwards when they came back, I mean, were just, they were not the same guys that went over there at all. So I know exactly what you're talking about, Hawk.
Hey, Ronnie, speaking of tigers, did I mention that I found out that tiger piss smells like buttered popcorn?
You told me backstage,
Yeah.
but you got a video on it?
No.
And chessboard, you're right. Vietnam did away with a large portion of racism. The problem is when these guys came home, most of them found jobs in if they weren't into factory working, a lot of them took jobs as police officers or state troopers or sheriffs. And when the riots came in the late 60s, early 70s, and they were all over the place, whether it was the assassination of Bobby Kennedy, there was riots. After Martin Luther King were riots. Malcolm X, there were riots. And the thing was, they played off of the PTSD that those guys came home with. No different than what's going on today plays off the PTSD that our soldiers, sailors, and Marines, come home from Iraq, Afghanistan, Beirut, any foreign war that we've been involved in, so it's a triggering mechanism that they use in order to get the veterans on the side of the government, and to keep them there, instead of speaking out against what the government's doing and everything else. They towed the line, But now we're beginning to see where the veterans are actually stepping up, stepping out, speaking their minds, and not following the narrative, and are willing to say, hey, our government is corrupt. And when you think about it, and you think about the fact that all these wars have been bankers' wars, they're all illegitimate wars. It's like the draft. The draft was illegal. The draft was literally illegal. It's against the Constitution, 100%. And they forced it on everybody. John F. Kennedy was assassinated for two reasons. One, he attempted to remove the central bank from the United States. Okay. And then the second part of it was the fact that because if you think about it, Vietnam really didn't have anything to offer America, but Laos did. And Vietnam was what stopped us from getting into Laos and getting the things that we wanted out of there, diamonds and so on and so forth. So it was all about riches. It was all about riches, and they fund
Always
both
is.
sides of these wars. So, you know, a lot of veterans sit back and they say, what the hell was I doing? Why did I do that? Why was I involved in that? Why did I sign up for that? You know, because of the fact that when you realize that you weren't going there to give each people a republic like we have here, a republic, okay, we were going and instilling a democracy that allowed America to steal from all of these countries, you know, to allow our government to steal from these countries. And the thing is that effect was placed upon the people of America, no different than it was placed on those people in other countries.
That's what all wars have been about. Not necessarily that, but it's been to all wars have been to frame the things that the leaders of our country wanted. You know, you had to go along with our country, or you were going to, just like with Iraq or whoever, you know, if you didn't go along, then you were going down.
Yep.
And most time it was about money or whatever.
It's always about money.
Yeah, chessboard. I went in 1980 and got out in 2004.
But it's always been about reducing the population and them making money. That's what they basically always been about. That's why that's one of the things that got me to doing what I'm doing now, is feeling so bad for the veterans, you know, because of all wars. Because I mean, these guys, they went and fought for what they thought was a real thing, you know, a fight. They thought they were fighting for the country, for God, honor, country, family, that kind of stuff, when it had nothing to do with it. And it really pisses me off, you know, to think how our veterans have been treated, not only there, but after they come home. Now a lot of them on the street and everything. They should be taken care of, because, you know, in a lot of cases they can't take care of themselves because of their either physical or mental injuries. It's just screwed up, man. Now I'm sure there's some of them that want to be out there doing what they're doing, but for the most part, it's because of physical or mental injuries.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing to remember is this: is that, when fellow vets say to me, you know, I went to secure our freedom. Our freedom from what? Our freedom from what?
Mm-hmm.
None of those countries are going to invade us, because behind every blade of grass will be an American with a weapon.
Yeah, was Vietnam going to invade us? Was North Korea going to invade us? No. Was Iraq going to invade us? No.
So you weren't fighting for freedom in America. You were fighting to instill democracy in another person's country, you know, and that democracy is not the republic kind of democracy that we have here.
Well, it's not the kind we're supposed to have here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because, and everybody's got to remember that we're not now under our original Constitution. We're under the second Constitution after 1871.
Yeah.
So all this stuff came in 1871, starting in 1871, where they did away with our real Constitution and just absolutely, you know, that thing you sent me, Steve, where I put up on my videos where it shows Uncle Sam being stabbed in the back.
Oh, yep.
The reason I like that so much is that's exactly what has happened.
It's been, yeah, absolutely. It is.
It's
you know, and don't get me wrong. You know, guys who went to Afghanistan and went to Iraq, you know, they went there believing one thing, when in all actuality something else, you know, was really the catalyst for that. And it's a shame. You know, that's the reason that they won't let the 9/11 reports ever be issued. That's why they won't let the things in the Strait of Hormuz come forward. You know, all these different things that were set up by our government in order to bring us into those wars. You know, we believed that we were fighting for the freedom of all Americans, when in all actuality, we were fighting bankers' wars so that they can make bucks and depopulate the young as much as possible. And that's
Absolutely.
the biggest thing, because they remove the young and then they can indoctrinate the children that were left behind.
That's very true, Hawk. And Huda was asking, didn't France start the Vietnam War? I don't know if they started it or not, but they were the first ones there fighting and got their butts handed to them, and which left it up to the good old U.S. and which I think was all planned to begin with. But it left us with the giant, responsibility of doing all the lifting over there. Y'all see, I'm going to get me something to drink right quick. Be right back.
Yeah, that conversation got deep quick.
Sorry.
No,
But it's
cool though, because I know
talk about it. We've got to be honest about it. We got to, we have
absolutely.
to, we have to tell the truth, and Ed's 100% correct there. Vietnam and Korea were police actions. There was never an official declaration of war through Congress. Okay. That's how they got around the committing the crime of constitutionality. Okay, was by having it be a police action instead of a war.
Right.
But the thing is even in a police action, these guys are still dying. So to me, it was a war, but they put a different name on it. That's why one group of guys can go to the VFW and another group of guys has to go to the American Legion. It's a separation. It's a separation of service, and it shouldn't be. It should be one big organization, AMVETS, another one, and it's veterans of foreign wars. So the Vietnam War was considered a foreign war, but listed in the books of America, it was listed as a police action. I love that comment there, Chessboard. He says the old adage "live and learn" has a true meaning. The service taught me the real truth. Cannon fodder.
And they don't mind telling you that's what you are.
Yeah.
They would tell us in basic training that a bullet, that you put in your weapon, had every bit as much value to the military as you.
Yep.
They didn't mind telling you at all.
Well, you signed that contract. And when you sign that contract, it says, I owe you one life. Your life.
Well,
I owe you my life.
I don't remember. I don't doubt it being in there, but I don't remember seeing it. But then again, you don't really have any choice but to sign that contract. Sign it or go to jail.
And your life's value was, during the Vietnam War, I believe that the payout to the family of a soldier killed in action was around between 15 to 20,000. And then
I know it wasn't very much.
And then in the 80s, it went up to right around 50,000. And then in the 2000s, I believe that it was somewhere around, for staff NCO, it was somewhere around 74 to 78,000. But regular enlisted, non-commissioned officers were right around like 60 to 65,000.
LSP is saying, we learn and know all this. How does it make a difference when the vote cheat has always existed? Well, it's just history, LSP, that a lot of people don't know. But as far as you're absolutely right about the vote cheat, no doubt, always existing, but it's been a lot worse here in the last 15, 20 years since the machines came in.
Yeah. Hey guys, real quick, he's got to get up and move around because he can't sit for a long period of time.
Oh, I hear you.
So he's going to say aloha and
aloha.
Aloha. Hello and goodbye.
Been nice seeing you again, Gary.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Have a
take care and keep warm.
make your son behave himself while you're there. I mean, I know you can't do much when you're not there, but when you're there, make
Easy
him
for
behave
you to
himself.
say.
Yeah.
I try to keep
Yeah,
him on
take care.
in line, but it's hard for me to do. Yeah. Take care, Gary.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I was saying is we went to other countries to instill a democracy, not build a republic. It'd be another story if we were going to these countries and helping them establish republics, so that so that the citizens were in control of their countries. But no, it wasn't, and then we put our own puppet governments into place in all of these places, and have done nothing but carnage, wreckage, and theft.
That's exactly right. That's what they intended to do. That's what they do. What's up, Justin?
I mean, it all goes back to what I always say. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, red or blue. The government doesn't give a about you.
Yep.
Because they don't. Never have.
Yes, I have, and I've also have you read the prophecies of George Washington, where the angel appeared to him outside the White House and showed him the future?
No.
No, I've definitely saw that. I certainly have.
Yeah, that's a video for you to play, Ronnie. There's a video for you to play one night.
All right. I didn't know that. I seen it a long time ago. I don't remember. Is it on YouTube? Where is that at?
I believe that it is up on YouTube. Let me look and see real quick.
I know, golly, it's been years since I saw that video. It's probably, when I say years, it's probably wound up being a year, but either way, it's been a long time.
I hear you. Turn on the light here. I can see the letters on my keyboard.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that one.
It's there. And I think you had more than one visit by this angel.
I believe there were three. If I'm not mistaken, there were three. And the vision was of 2020 Americas. That's what's crazy. I
think Chap's got the video right there. I don't know if it's it or not. Is that the...
Okay, well, there's a couple of different ones. There was one done by Trey Smith about 3 years ago.
That's the one I've seen then.
Yep. Yeah, because I play a lot of Trey Smith stuff on my channel. I just love the way he breaks things down. But there's one that was done about 8 years ago, put out by True Millennials for Jesus. And then the History Channel put one out about 3 years ago. But the one that I'm going to drop for you, I'm going to...
Chap is saying that the White House is up for sale, which wouldn't surprise me, not nary 1%. I mean, really.
Yeah, you know what's going to be funny is, do you remember that they said that if Trump lost the election, they would have to drag him out of the White House?
Yeah.
Now, everything that they said about Trump, they're doing, like he would start World War III, everything all the way down the line.
Projecting,
right? Yep. So if they kick him with the 25th Amendment, imagine him having to be dragged out of the White House.
Wouldn't be hard to do, would it? I mean,
yep. So I dropped it backstage or private chat. I dropped that link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you grab it, Steve? Have you got it? Or you want me to get it? Okay.
No, I got it.
All right.
Let's see. If I can get this over here. There we go.
Yeah, Joe, it's amazing you'd mentioned that. He says we've had 6 or 7 end time signs. Dead walking among the living is the last ones. You know, and I'll get that video in just a second. But I don't. Hawk, have you ever heard of this thing called Gone with the Wind?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I think Joe is probably referring to there. Where the people that are supposed to be dead come back. Like John F. Kennedy Jr., I don't believe for 1 second that John F. Kennedy Jr. is dead.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So the one that I gave you there is they tear it, they take it apart. Okay, that's an hour and 58 minutes long. So you may not want to play that one right now. However, there is one that's 13 minutes long that just covers the prophecy. I'll drop that one backstage. That one, because I don't think you guys want to go for another hour and 58 minutes.
No, but I sure would like to. I'll grab this one though and play it next time I'm on.
Save it and definitely say, because you could play that on your show later.
There you go. So there you go. It's this one here is only 13 minutes long, and it just breaks it down. It's the vision of the heavenly lady and the prophecy on America and the third and greatest peril.
George Washington's Vision and Prophecy about America by Signs and Wonders. George Washington's vision as recorded in the Library of Congress. The father of our country, George Washington, was a man of prayer. We have all read of how he went to the thicket many times to pray during the winter his army was at Valley Forge. However, little publicity has been given to the vision and prophecy he received at that time. The first-hand account of this vision was given in 1859 by an old soldier named Anthony Sherman. He gave it to a writer, Wesley Bradshaw, who published it. In the vision, God revealed to George Washington that 3 great perils would come upon the Republic. He was given to know that America was going through the first peril at that time. The old soldier who told the story of the vision said that the nation would soon see the account verified by the second peril descending upon the land. The account was taken from the reprint in the U.S. war veterans paper The National Tribune in December 1880. The National Tribune is now called the Stars and Stripes. This article was reprinted in the Stars and Stripes December 21, 1950. In the report of this phenomenal and most important heavenly message for us at this hour, Wesley Bradshaw wrote, "The last time I ever saw Anthony Sherman was on the 4th of July 1859 in Independence Square. He was then 99 years old and becoming very feeble. But though so old, his dimming eyes rekindled as he gazed upon Independence Hall, which he came to visit once more. Message disclosed. Let us go into the hall," he said. "I want to tell you of an incident of Washington's life, one which no one alive knows of except myself, and if you live, you will before long see it verified. Mark the prediction, you will see it verified. From the opening of the Revolution we experienced all phases of fortune, now good and now ill, one time victorious and another conquered. The darkest period we had, I think, was when Washington, after several reverses, retreated to Valley Forge, where he resolved to pass the winter of 1777. I have often seen the tears coursing down our dear commander's careworn cheeks, as he would be conversing with a confidential officer about the condition of his poor soldiers. You have doubtless heard the story of Washington's going to the thicket to pray. It was not only true, but he used often to pray in secret for aid and comfort. And God brought us safely through the darkest days of tribulation. One day, I remember it well, the chilly winds whistled through the leafless trees, though the sky was cloudless and the sun shone brightly. He remained in his quarters nearly all the afternoon, alone. When he came out, I noticed that his face was a shade paler than usual, and there seemed to be something on his mind of more than ordinary importance. Returning just after dusk, he dispatched an orderly to the quarters of an officer, who was presently in attendance. After a preliminary conversation of about half an hour, Washington, gazing upon his companion with that strange look of dignity which he alone could command, said to the latter, "An uninvited guest. I do not know whether it is owing to the anxiety of my mind, or what, but this afternoon, as I was sitting at this table engaged in preparing a dispatch, something in the apartment seemed to disturb me. Looking up, I beheld standing opposite me a singularly beautiful being, female. So astonished was I, for I had given strict orders not to be disturbed, that it was some moments before I found language to inquire the cause of the visit, her presence. A second, a third, and even a fourth time did I repeat my question, but received no answer from my mysterious visitor except a slight raising of her eyes. By this time, I felt strange sensations spreading through me. I would have risen, but the riveted gaze of the being before me rendered volition impossible. I essayed once more to speak, address her, but my tongue had become useless, as if, though it had become paralyzed. A new influence, mysterious, potent, irresistible, took possession of me. All I could do was to gaze steadily, vacantly at my unknown visitor. Gradually, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to fill with sensations, and grew luminous. Everything about me seemed to rarefy, the mysterious visitor, herself, also becoming more airy and yet more distinct to my sight than before. I began to feel as one dying, or rather to experience the sensations, which I have sometimes imagined, accompany death. I did not think, I did not reason, I did not move. All were alike impossible. I was only conscious of gazing fixedly, vacantly at my companion. First great peril. Presently I heard a voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn," while at the same time my visitor extended her arm eastward. I now beheld a heavy white vapor at some distance rising fold upon fold. This gradually dissipated, and I looked upon a strange scene. Before me lay, spread out in one vast plain, all the countries of the world: Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. I saw rolling and tossing between Europe and America the billows of the Atlantic, and between Asia and America lay the Pacific. "Son of the Republic," said the same mysterious voice as before, "look and learn." At that moment I beheld a dark, shadowy being, like an angel, standing, or rather floating in midair, between Europe and America. Dipping water out of the ocean in the hollow of each hand, he sprinkled some upon America with his right hand, while with his left he cast some over Europe. Immediately a cloud arose from these countries and joined in mid-ocean. For a while it remained stationary, and then it moved slowly westward until it enveloped America in its murky folds. Sharp flashes of lightning gleamed through it at intervals, and I heard the smothered groans and cries of the American people, probably the War of Independence. Second great peril. A second time the angel dipped water from the ocean and sprinkled it out as before. The dark cloud was then drawn back to the ocean, in whose heaving billows it sank from view. A third time I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." I cast my eyes upon America and beheld villages and towns and cities springing up one after another until the whole land from the Atlantic to the Pacific was dotted with them. Again, I heard the mysterious voice say, "Son of the Republic, the end of the century comes, look and learn." And this time the dark shadowy angel turned his face southward. From Africa I saw an ill-omened specter approach our land. It flitted slowly and heavily over every town and city of the latter. The inhabitants presently set themselves in battle array against each other. As I continued looking, I saw a bright angel on whose brow rested a crown of light, on which was traced the word Union. He was bearing the American flag. He placed the flag between the divided nation and said, "Remember, you are brethren." Instantly the inhabitants, casting down their weapons, became friends once more and united around the national standard, probably the Civil War. Third and most fearful peril. Again, I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." At this the dark, shadowy angel placed a trumpet to his mouth and blew 3 distinct blasts, and taking water from the ocean, he sprinkled it upon Europe, Asia, and Africa. Then my eyes beheld a fearful scene. From each of these continents arose thick black clouds that were soon joined into one. And throughout this mass there gleamed a dark red light by which I saw hordes of armed men. These men, moving with the cloud, marched by land and sailed by sea to America, which country was enveloped in the volume of cloud. And I dimly saw these vast armies devastate the whole country and the villages, towns, and cities which I had seen springing up. As my ears listened to the thundering of the cannon, clashing of the swords, and the shouts and cries of millions in mortal combat, I again heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." Where the voice had ceased, the dark shadowy angel placed his trumpet once more to his mouth, and blew a long and fearful blast. Heaven intervenes. Instantly a light as of 1,000 suns shone down from above me and pierced and broke into fragments the dark cloud which enveloped America. At the same moment the angel upon whose head still shone the word Union, and who bore our national flag in one hand, and a sword in the other, descended from the heavens attended by legions of white spirits. These immediately joined the inhabitants of America, who I perceived were well nigh overcome, but who immediately taking courage again, closed up their broken ranks and renewed the battle. Again, amid the fearful noise of the conflict, I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." As the voice ceased, the shadowy angel for the last time dipped water from the ocean and sprinkled it upon America. Instantly the dark cloud rolled back, together with the armies it had brought, leaving the inhabitants of the land victorious. Then once more, I beheld the villages, towns, and cities springing up where I had seen them before, while the bright angel, planting the azure standard he had brought in the midst of them, cried with a loud voice, "While the stars remain, and the heavens send down dew upon the earth, so long shall the Union last." And taking from his brow the crown on which blazoned the word Union, he placed it upon the standard, while the people, kneeling down, said Amen. The interpretation. The scene instantly began to fade and dissolve, and I, at last saw nothing but the rising, curling vapor I at first beheld. This also disappeared, and I found myself once more gazing upon the mysterious visitor, who, in the same voice I had heard before, said, "Son of the Republic, what you have seen is thus interpreted: 3 great perils will come upon the Republic. The most fearful for her is the third. But the whole world united shall not prevail against her. Let every child of the Republic learn to live for his God, his land, and Union." With these words the vision vanished, and I started from my seat and felt that I had seen a vision wherein had been shown me the birth, the progress, and the destiny of the United States. Such, my friends, the venerable narrator concluded, were the words I heard from Washington's own lips, and America will do well to profit by them.
So that hour and 58-minute long one goes a lot deeper than this, but this was just a nice little icebreaker in regards to it. It's you look at you look at what's happening with the borders and people being sent to different cities and things like that. That a few of these people have been caught on cameras, basically stating that they're UN soldiers who are being paid to be here. The fact that we have UN established or places, there's a UN compound in the heart of Salt Lake City, Utah. you know, and there have been people who've gone into it to ask them what's going on there, and well, you're on foreign land, get out of here,
Yeah.
Kind of thing, and it's
That's right. And I'm glad you reminded me of that video, Hawk, because I want to play that sucker on my very next show, the long one, I mean.
Yeah, it does. There's a real big breakdown of it, talking about the Civil War, how the Civil War was part of this vision, and then the Great Wars, World War I, World War II, but combined as one, because basically there was no secession to that war. It was the enemy embedded themselves so deeply that the armies walked away from them because of the fact that they just weren't going to lose any more soldiers that way. So they basically had 20 years to rebuild their armies to go back in, but there was still the controlling factor of the implanted armies that stayed behind in 1918, 1920, 1921, all the way through 1921. And they held that ground. And there were small battles, but nothing like the major parts of the war. So that's why they named it World War I and World War II. But it was basically the exact same countries, and we got pulled into both of them. Why? Because the central bank said, we got to get America involved. We got to get America involved. The Zionists said, we've got to get America involved. Henry Ford, published, because he had his own magazine newspaper back then. Henry Ford did, and he published the Protocols of Zion, so that the American people could see what was being, the deception that was being played upon them. And at that time, they did everything that they could to destroy to destroy Henry Ford. They destroyed his newspaper. They went in and trashed the place. And then what happened? Then the Smith-Mundt Act was stated, and the thing was it was that he was printing truth, but the Smith-Mundt Act prevented him from being able to publish it, because all somebody had to do was say that it was propaganda, to enhance the Germans or whatever, then automatically it's like being anti-Semitism, the Anti-Defamation League. It was all they have to do is say that you said something. There doesn't have to be any proof behind it, and then all of a sudden you're done.
That's right. And what did England and the United States do after World War II, or during, whichever one it was? They made Israel a country, which, I guess could have been a good thing, but that they never created it to be a good thing. They created it to be, in my opinion, kind of like a little headquarters, for their kind of thing. And they put the most crooked people they could find at the helm. And that's what it's been ever since. And they've, again, not only in my opinion, but this is very easily found, is that the people of Palestine have been, and believe me, I'm not taking up for Hamas or anything else here, but they have been treated like worse than dogs. And I'm talking about the Palestinians, people.
Yep.
You can't, to me, I don't care who it is treating whatever people terrible like that. I don't think it's right. I don't care if it's Israel, us, or Russia, or whoever. It's just a stinking, rotten, dirty shame.
Well, you got to think of it like this: whoever controls Palestine, controls all the holy sites.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so the you have the Mount, you have Mecca, you have Jerusalem, you have the Mount, all these different holy sites and everything. And they're all there. So whoever controls Palestine controls all religions.
Well, I think they did control Mecca here until maybe 6-8 months ago, when Saudi Arabia broke that treaty they had with them.
Yeah.
And Saudi Arabia did that because, well, I'll just go back to the sword dance, and people can look at the sword dance and figure it out from there. But
yes, Ed, I do know about the American peacetime flag. The red, white, and blue flag that we fly standardly was actually a battle standard that was created for Washington to carry into battle. It was the battle flag. Okay, but if we think about it, since 1871, we've been at battle. We've been at war.
Sure as the hell have. I'm trying to get a video to load here that was sent to me by my good buddy Chap. I don't know if I can figure this damn thing out or not, though. It's from Facebook. I've never done one from Facebook. Anybody know how to
for screen sharing or whatever?
I don't know. It's just it's a video. Let's see if I need to figure this out anyway. Let me see if I can figure it out. Let's see this.
Drop the link backstage. Or in private. I can pull it up. I got Facebook open up another window.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see how you get it to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Let's see if this will do it. Here we go. I think. Let's see. They could do these things all the same way, so that you wouldn't have to try to figure each one out, but they don't do that.
Yeah. Correct, Miss Unspecified. That is 100% accurate. All of their weapons, all of their weaponry is U.S. made. Or Fishon. I'm sorry, Fishon is the one who said it. I apologize for that, Fishon. Said whose bombs did Israel use to kill the Palestinian people? Those were U.S. bombs. That's correct.
All right, now let me see if I can pull this little darling up.
What the world needs now.
Sing it.
No, we need to be laser focused.
Yep.
Right, Landon into.
But he's right. He's right. We need love. We need to love mankind. We need to love,
absolutely.
our fellow man and woman.
Absolutely.
And leave the damn kids alone.
I have no idea what this video is. Uh-oh, I didn't yet. Well, shit, where'd it go? There it is right there. Okay. We'll find out. Let's see. Yeah, it's showing.
You might need to make that full screen because that looks kind of small.
Yeah, I'm going to.
That's what she said.
I don't know if I can get it to full. It ain't got no way to.
We're not trying to make it porn here, Steve. We're not trying to make it.
Let me see if it'll go to full screen or give me a way to. No, it don't have no. I don't know how you get it to go.
Yeah, it's like a shorts type portrait mode. You can't really.
I got to try to find the. Oh, there it is, right there.
Supposed to be wild court, right? Wild court from Ecuador. Now, I ain't knocking nobody hustle, but this just don't seem kosher to me. Now, watch this. This is a slice of fish. This is supposed to be whitey. It's got skin on everything. Look at it. Right? The insides of it is like a diaper material. Look at that. Like a wet diaper. Right? Now, watch this. Now, where do you know a fish, you can squeeze it like a sponge like this? Where on the planet you can squeeze a fish like that? Now, look. Put it back in the water. And it's whole again. It's a fish. See?
That's messed up, man.
Get another slice. Now, in my time growing up, I never seen a whitey fish this fucking big. Well, I know it probably got them, but I ain't never seen them like this. I seen them. This was the biggest. I remember seeing them like this right here. And look, it's all the same. You squeeze it like a sponge. Look, it ain't breaking up or nothing. and put it in the water. Yep, Houston, we got a problem. Now check this shit out.
Hey, go ahead and eat that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, eat that.
Yeah, no shit.
Ingest that shit.
Man, well, you can just go get a package of baby diapers and save yourself the trouble of fishing, I guess. But
There you go.
it don't, I don't think anything surprises me anymore when it comes to ways that they are figuring out to kill us, make us sick, you name it. And I'm telling you, I believe that's where all of our diseases come from nowadays is them. I wonder if there really were any real diseases that existed before they were made up.
Nope.
By them.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
It's
Diseases and viruses. The viruses are not God made. They're man made.
Agreed.
Diabetes was man made. Cancers are man made.
I totally agree.
About the only illness that was real was pneumonia.
Yeah, and you get that. It starts off as a cold, So
Yep. But back then they didn't call it pneumonia. Okay. And the after effects of pneumonia create what's called consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And consumption was the deterioration of the lung walls due to fluid buildup.
It's something that's what my dad's first wife died of. He called it the galloping consumption, but I mean, this is golly, it was he was born in 1897, so this is probably about 1930, something like that. I mean, I don't know the exact year, but that's what they called it back then. Or that's what he called it. And believe me, my dad was an old country boy, but
absolutely, big chap. I'll fire up and smoke with you.
Smoke them if you got them.
Chap ain't gonna offer nobody one, no, is he? Man, I'll tell you what, I couldn't smoke a joint if I was forced to because of my lungs, being I guess already
my first hit of the day. I haven't smoked all day. So
really, what's wrong with you? I stand amongst all them buds there.
I take my RSO in the morning. So I ride pretty nicely throughout the entire day. Nighttime, when nighttime comes around though, I'll take a couple of hits. It doesn't take much to reinvigorate what the RSO's effect was. So
how do you take RSO and stay awake, Hawk? I mean, I haven't figured that out. Or
you build a tolerance.
How long did it take you to build a tolerance?
About 90 days.
All right. Well,
you still got 2 months to go, Ronnie.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I know I can take it and sleep till. Oh, I could probably sleep that night and the next day and the next night. When I got up to take it again, I'd be sleeping forever, man.
But understand that it's getting you out of the way of healing.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So once the healing is really going and everything, you'll notice you can be awake a lot longer and you won't get so tired from taking it. It knocks you out on purpose. It's telling you, dude, get out of the way. Let me heal you.
Yeah, chap's asking how much I got left. It's very, very little, chap. I can tell you that. Very little.
Time to restock.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Time for a refill.
Oh, you got it coming. You got it coming already. So, yep, it's already
cool.
It's already on the way.
Good.
Well, I hope it hurries up because.
Yep. It's taking a drive. It's taking a drive from here down to the Oklahoma northern border, and then it'll be mailed.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Right on. Awesome.
So, yep, it's the guy's going down there because he just took a job working for a cannabis company there in Oklahoma, and he wanted to save me the trouble of trying to get it in the mail and then possibly have it come back to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, which is a good idea, no doubt. I mean, I definitely don't want to take a chance on getting you in trouble.
Well, I don't want to screw up my license because when I move from here and go to the new state that I'll be moving to, don't want to have any blemishes on my record, on my license here, so that I can get a license there without a problem. You know what I mean?
Well, I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's well. I don't know what else it would be. Other than now, before I started doing the RSO, I was taking ivermectin. So it maybe it's the two of them combined. I don't know, but the last this is the 4th day now. I felt great, and it's kind of scary, to be honest with you, because after feeling so crappy for so long, and then I feel so good, I'm wondering, am I going to drop dead of a heart attack tomorrow? Because I mean, it's just the way my mind works. But it's scary, man.
No, yeah, that's the whole too good to be true thought.
Yeah. No, Chap, I'm not going to Michigan. I probably will come to visit though, because I still have family that live out there. They live over in the Ionia area up in Montcalm County. And I still have relatives in Detroit as well. So I'll probably go out to visit, but I am going to be closer. I am going to be closer to Michigan than what I am now.
They have a nice little prison in Ionia. Funny the name, right?
Yeah, they own you.
Ionia.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good comment here. Food for thought. When we grew up, and this is exactly the way we were. When we grew up, we played outside, ate mud pies, and built immunity. Today, children are not allowed to do that, and all the antibiotics have killed immunity. Absolutely, chessboard.
Just like riding in the back of pickup trucks.
Yeah,
we used to drive down the road sitting up on the wall, the either the wheel well or even up on the sidewall of the pickup trucks while it's driving down the road, just hanging on for dear life. You want
to hear something crazy though? They still
nobody ever fell out.
Day.
Yeah,
they still do that to this day here, and it's legal. I mean, when I picked my dad up from the airport the other day, we were coming back, and there was a truck, and it was like 4 or 5 people in the back of the truck, and it's like the funny thing is, they'll get pulled over because the driver's not wearing a seatbelt.
Of course, we ate the mud pies, chap. That was the whole point in making them. Our sisters would make mud pies, and
we used to put them in our sister's easy bake oven.
That shit was good. And then we washed it down with the garden hose water.
That's right. Or drew it straight out of the well and drank it. Washed it down with the well.
Yeah.
See, back then we were told that in our lifetime we will eat a gallon bucket of dirt in our lifetime. Okay, but I'm telling you now that all these corporations are mixed into our food and everything else. Now we'll have eaten a 5-gallon bucket of dirt in our lifetime.
Yep. And I guarantee you, I ate probably a bucket of it when I was little, because of the mud pies. They didn't taste very good. I'll have to say that, but eat them, we did, literally.
But they sure were fun.
Yeah, they were. Our sisters were acting like cooks, and we were acting like they tasted good. Oh man, those were the days, though. When you're little and you do all that stuff, and your parents ain't hollering at you every 2 seconds because you're doing something that they think might kill you. I wonder what parents do nowadays if they would see their kids eating a mud pie.
Man,
they probably think that they need to be transitioned.
Yeah, or they rush into the emergency room and like, pump his stomach. Oh my God.
He's eating dirt.
Now
he must want to be
a girl.
Beautiful Indy is here, y'all. Welcome, Indy. Good to see you, Indy.
Aloha, sister.
But yeah, the only difference would be is nowadays, with most people living in the suburbs and everything, and they use all this weed killer and what have you on their yards. It may not be a good idea to eat mud pies. I mean, depending on where you live, I guess. But back then, and I know they used fertilizer and stuff back then.
If it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, right?
That's right.
And it's what they're doing now is the opposite. They're trying to not make you stronger.
They're trying to make you feminine. Feminine.
Feminine. Like an M&M.
Oh, fish on? Yeah, that's been true for a couple years. I don't know if they're still doing it. What fish on asked, is it true the mainland states are sending? I know a couple years ago that was true, so I can't say it's still true now. But I know a couple years ago it was very true. But I don't know about now.
This miner says, I ate fuzzy caterpillar when I was 2. My mom lost it. Slimy stuff come out of my mouth. I'm still alive. Well, right on, Miss Miner Sue. A fuzzy caterpillar.
If you weren't alive, I'd be wondering. I've seen The Walking Dead, but I ain't seen the Talking or the Typing Dead.
No kidding. Mud pies. Drank from the garden hose, lawn darts. Oh, you're living dangerously for sure enough there. No hand sanitizer, BB guns, no knee pads or helmets, and we're okay. Boy, we were all living very dangerously back then, because same thing here. I mean,
Dad would go to work and we would pull out the Winchester 30-30, unload it. We would get his old Colt pistol, unload it. My brother Kenny would grab a shotgun and unload it, and we'd go outside and we'd shoot big bullets at each other with real guns, and none of us died.
Exactly. And you know what's also funny about those times, but and this hadn't been that long ago, I think it's in the 80s, maybe the late 70s. Kids could literally carry, rifles in their pickups up in the back windshield.
Oh, hell yeah. When going to school, we had a pickup. Yeah. We had a 30-30 and a shotgun in a gun rack hanging right above the driver's seat. And you know what? We could leave our windows rolled down and our doors unlocked. Our guns never disappeared. They never got up and went into a school and started shooting or anything like that. Guns were well trained back then.
That's right. The guns were very well trained. What happened to them though? I mean, did the guns go to dumb school or what?
They started getting transitioned.
They damn sure did. But it is amazing, how quickly things changed from that ain't been 40 years ago, if that long, when it was almost every kid, everybody just about drove around with a gun of some kind in their back windshield of their pickup trucks.
Or you'd see a bow. A lot of times you'd see a bow back there too.
Which are a bit as dangerous as if you know how to use them. In a lot of cases, more dangerous. I mean,
because they're silent.
Yeah, but the thing is, it just goes to show you how much they've been messing with our minds, our lives, everything, and particularly what really bothers me is particularly the kids' lives. That's what they've been aiming at, and boy, they've been hitting the damn dartboard right in the center too. Oh, it just makes me sick, but prayerfully, it's all changing. I believe it is changing. I believe it has changed already. We just hadn't seen the fruits of it right yet. And I would love to know your thoughts on this. Where do you send you?
It's got to finish playing out. It's got to finish playing out because nobody's going to believe it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Nobody's going to believe it. And the thing is this is the thing, and I say this all the time in my podcast and in other people's podcasts too. There is nobody alive today on this planet that knows what true freedom is. And when everybody is told that you have true freedom, a lot of people are going to freak out. They're not going to know what to do. They're not going to know how to handle it. Stockholm syndrome, 100%. Okay. So what we have been watching over these last couple of years is breaking us free of the Stockholm syndrome that was established in 1871 and then spread to every other country around the world.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
That's why, somebody made a comment before, about democracy. Okay. Yes. Right now, the way that it appears, we are living in a democracy, no different than what we have done to other countries. Okay. But trust me when I say this, soon. Okay. Very soon. Not like soon as in Christ when he said, I'll be back soon. Okay. And it's been 2,500 years. Okay. Not like that kind of soon. Okay. But it's weeks. Soon can be described as a day, a week, a month, a year, or
A century.
or a century. Okay. So understand when I say to you, soon people will find out that they are truly free and they're not going to know how to handle it. Okay. Because everybody's going to be free at one time and they're not going to know what to do with it. They're not going to understand, how to, how to move forward, how to progress, what they can do, what they can't do, because a lot of the laws that have been placed upon us are repugnant to the Constitution, and those have to be absolved. They have to be absolved. That's the only way we can move forward, is getting rid of those, absolving those laws, and being able to move forward.
Well, the way I look at it, Hawk, is and tell me if you agree, but to me, this is one thing. This is what our shows are about. Is not just mine and yours, but many other people. It's what our shows are about. Is trying our best anyway to bring people along in this new system that is about to come about.
Yep. Well, it's also informing them of the true past.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And what got us into this situation, because once people understand what got us into this situation, then they themselves can look and find all the things that led up until today, to what's happening today. And when you're looking at it with clear thought from a 40,000 view, you see so much more. You see so much more. That's why I don't watch TV anymore. That's why I don't. I really don't even listen to the radio unless I'm listening pretty much to Christian music. That's it. I don't pull out the old albums anymore and stuff like that, because I began to understand the mind. It's like this. Prime example. Oliver Anthony. Okay. Came out with his song Rich Man Over Richmond, right? Okay. And he won't sign with a record label. And John Rich was, praised him for that. And what did John Rich say? He says, because as soon as he signs with a record player or record label, he won't be singing his own songs anymore. He'll have to do what they want him to do, and his message will never ever reach the people.
That's for damn sure. And he's a very smart man for not doing that. Not only because they would be the controllers of him, but then he would more or less be selling his soul to the devil.
Yeah,
and that's just the way it is. When you're a movie star or recording artist, whatever. If you're up there in the big time like that and you sign on with them, you are literally selling your soul. I mean, look at all the movie stars now, one eye covered up, one way or another, and given the sign. It's, man, if that I don't know what else it would take. It shouldn't take anything more than those two things right there to tell people that they have sold their soul.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, man, I don't know. It just blows my mind to think about it. And that's exactly what they've done. And
hey, when you get ready to play your that video you played last night, you're breaking down into multiple parts.
Yeah.
Can you put the link for that in the private chat?
Right
now? I got somebody who, because she can't stay up and watch and watch your late night stuff.
Okay.
And she stayed up last night intentionally because she thought I was going live last night. And she watched the first hour that you played.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want to miss the next parts, and she's an early to bed, early to rise kind of girl.
Yeah, give me a couple of seconds here to find it. And definitely try to grab the link. Let's see
Me
here.
personally, I'm a stay awake as long as I possibly can, but still wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning. No matter what. I'd go to sleep before and still be awake at 6 o'clock.
Did you want me to put it in
Drop it into the private chat,
Okay.
and then I'll copy it. Yeah, then I'll just copy it and send it to her in Signal, so that way she can watch it at her convenience and be able to see the whole thing.
Should be it right there, Hawk.
Thank you.
You bet.
Signal here and drop it in. That's the thing I love about Signal is not only can you have it on your phone, but you can put it on your computer too.
Yeah, I've got Signal myself too.
Wait, what's that? I don't.
Signal, it's a text text chat program for your phone, but you can also put it on your computer as well. You know, because a lot of times people send me videos and I can't see them. You know, my phone's too small. So I open Signal on my computer. Same text that goes to my phone goes to my computer, and I can open it and look at it from there.
Well, Signal also, from what I understand, is a military app.
It's more encrypted.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good idea to get it because, again, my understanding is that if and when, and I say
if the internet goes down, Signal will still work.
Yes.
Your phone can go out, your phone service can go out, but Signal is still going to work.
That's right. So it's a very good idea to get it.
Unless they drop an EMP, then nothing works.
Yeah. You won't have anything to work then.
The only thing you'll be yelling at that point is a phone that doesn't work anymore.
Well, I hear that, and tell me if you've heard the same thing or not, Hawk. I've heard that they're coming out with all new phones, and I've heard it's coming from 2 or 3 different people. Elon being one of them, which is going to be called the Q phone. It may already be out for all I know. I mean, I don't go to phone stores very often, but it's called the Q phone, and I think that one. Now, whoever I said it would be from, it'd probably wind up being another. So I ain't gonna say.
Yeah, it wasn't Elon. It's the Tesla Corporation that's building the Q phone.
Okay, that I believe.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember understand the relationship between the Trumps and the Tesla connection. You know, so because John Trump, Donald Trump was the one who got a hold of all of Tesla's papers.
He certainly was.
He told him I didn't find anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he certainly was, and that's how, from my understanding, that's how Trump has been. I don't know if it's true or not, but that my understanding is, and what I've found is that's how Trump has been able to time travel, is because they have had the Navy. I believe it has 3 different ways to time travel, and I'm not necessarily saying that you literally go into a booth and you wind up in 1800s. I don't know exactly what it means. All I know is
so Tesla was stated a person who was working with Tesla at the time. He turned on his big machine, okay, and he was sitting in a folding chair. When he looked to the left, he saw the past. When he looked in front of him, he saw the present. But when he looked to the right, he saw the future.
So he could take either one he wanted to take.
So that's where Looking Glass comes from.
Got you.
Look into the past, look into the present, look into the future. And then if you make certain moves in the present, then you alter how that future looks.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, Looking Glass.
Okay, now let me ask you another question here, Hawk, because I'll just let you answer it. Do you think that is how Q knew so much ahead of time that he definitely seemed to know?
Well, this is the thing is, okay, we have to remember that there are 10 members of the Q team.
Mm-hmm.
Q is not an individual, it is individuals. Okay, so there are 10 of them. Okay, 3 civilians, 7 military. Okay, and the way that it was, you know, the way that it has basically played out is exactly that they have access to programs like Operation Looking Glass to see the future and be able to make moves, counter moves, and warnings. Okay. But the fact of the matter is what Q did for us was they constantly presented us with questions.
Definitely.
You know, presented us with question upon question upon question upon question. Okay. Yes, Cheryl, I am. And in that, okay, we rediscovered how to research like we were do when we were teenagers, you know, but it wasn't designed for us. Okay. That keyboard was never, ever designed for guys our age. Okay. It was designed for the kids playing video games, you know, the teenagers that were spending all their time in those on like 4chan and 8kun, you know, that's who it was designed for, to wake them up. Because if you wake up the young, you know, and what happened? Well, a bunch of great minds all around the world jumped on board. Okay. And because that each of us has a autist string in our DNA, and it's been amplified. And that's why we learn what we're learning, and we're able to retain it in order to share it. Okay. Because believe me, before Q came along, I was at the point where I was forgetting something every other day.
No shit. Well, I'd forgotten more than I ever knew. I'll put it like that.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But I still, you know, and I agree with what you said there. But just to add to it, I think it was also made for you know, a lot of people that are in the middle or liberal of the liberal persuasion. I think they were in the beginning. They just had hopes that they would come along, and now they are coming along. But it took. It didn't just take President Trump. It took you and everything.
Years. Yeah. It took years, and it took them stumbling upon guys like us. Okay. And Dave Snedeker and X22 and We Know and SDT Report and Praying Medic and, you know, all those guys, DC Drano. You know, it was people stumbling upon us, and then all of a sudden getting answers to the questions of what was going on during that period. And then predictions about what was coming in the future that have all come to pass. The difference is we never dropped any dates on it. We never said that this is going to happen in on this date or that date or this date or that date. And that's where the problem comes in, because people get, you know, they fall into, you know, they fall into the narrative, into the psyop. Okay. I should say counter psyop. Okay. And when they fall into it, then, and somebody starts dropping dates, then what are they doing? They're turning those people right back off. So you hand them a red pill, and then the next day you're shoving a blue pill down their throat. No, you can't be awake. No, you can't be awake. You know,
Yeah.
and it's basically what they're doing, you know, and it's counterproductive.
I agree, and that's one reason why I don't try to mess with it anymore. Plus, I mean, I'm talking about the decoding part and everything, is because one thing I wasn't that hot at it. I probably stunk at it as far as that goes. But you know what? My way of thinking is Q brought a hell of a lot of people worldwide around to the right way of thinking, and back to God, and all good things. I know a lot of people think now Q was a bad operation. Well, you're entitled to
And
think
why does
that.
you share prayers with us? Why did you share
Exactly.
scripture with us?
Exactly.
If he's so bad, why would why would they do that? So see, I can't think of him as a he or a she. It's a they.
I always say he, but I don't either. I mean, I think it was a great thing myself. Even if you don't agree with it, it had to get you to thinking. And that was really the point of it, is to get you to thinking. About not only the world you're in now, the world you came from, and the world you're going to.
Yeah. And understand that the Q Project started in the Oval Office in 1963.
Yeah.
The day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. 30 generals met in the Oval Office.
Yes, his grave is shaped in a Q.
Yep.
I mean, it's a Q. That's what it is. And all the people, if you'll look up the picture of that, with all the people standing in it, if I'm not mistaken, Junior is standing smack in the middle.
Well, sort of lower to the left.
Yeah, a little off. But I mean,
I think I have it on my computer here. Give me a second.
All right.
I think I have it. I just got to remember which hard drive it's on.
I heard that.
Oh, I'm serious, because I have five terabyte hard drives that are completely filled with all kinds of info. Jen Helper is, I believe, was brought forward now because of the normies that are just waking up now. She's a reinvigoration for us in saying that we got some verification from somebody from the State Department that basically said that, yes, this is legit. Okay. But at the same time, we're still bound by the normies that have not woken up yet, and I think that she is there to help. That's just my personal opinion, that she's there to help the normies accept what they're beginning to learn now. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but
did to me. And the reason I know Buff asked that is because I think it was night before last I played a video that Buff had sent me. He sends me nearly all that I play, but this was one of the, if you consider, if you ever consider a video bad that she's done, well, then this one would be bad. But it wasn't because of her so much as it was the two guys that were doing the interviewing, in my opinion. I mean, they didn't, I don't think they conducted the interview right. It was more of a giggle fest than anything. And I just think they made her look bad. But, and there were people there that was thinking, or saying that she was a shill and all this. I don't think she's a shill. I think she's come out to tell the truth about, and I think she was given the okay to do it by President Trump.
Yeah. Like I said, I believe that she was a confirmation for those who've been following, and an eye opener for those who haven't.
That's the way it should be, yeah. But a lot of people, I don't know, man. There's just some people are not going to believe, no matter, until the truth is right there in the minute, then right there in front of them, slap them in the face. And,
well, what did he say? Sometimes you got to show the people.
And that's what is being done. That's what all the wars and things are about right now, in my opinion.
Yep. I'm still looking for this. I have so many things on these drives. It's ridiculous.
You and Chap would have a lot of fun together, I'm telling you. Because Chap's the same way. You never find anything. But he has fun looking,
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Because then you see other stuff. I forgot about that.
That's right. That's right. I got to tell you, I have more fun with Chap and Steve than than It probably should be allowed on YouTube, but I do have a lot of fun with them. They both got great senses of humor, you know, and you can joke around with them some. They don't take it the wrong way, you know, get mad and everything. And I'm the type of guy that just loves joking around.
What? I'm triggered.
You're triggered? All right, chap. Well, let's see. I doubt I'm going to do anything more tonight, but how about, and I know Indy's on Monday night. How about Tuesday night? If you can, I don't know if you're going to be up at your sister's place or what, but if you can Tuesday night, or just let me know when you can do it, and that's when we'll do it.
Hey, aloha, Rich. Good to see you, Rich.
I got a question for Rich. Are you rich? Just asking.
If you got a GT 350R, possibly.
Absolutely. Please hit the thumbs up on both of our channels, Steve's and mine. I just noticed mine's stuck at 66.
Oh, wow. You got to change that.
I know it.
That is unacceptable.
Somebody please hit the like button, the up button, not the down button.
Oh, it just went down to 65.
That's what I knew would happen. Buffering, darn you.
Well, it's the easiest way to get you off of 66.
It is. But I could have done that.
There you go. Now it's at 67.
All right, right on. What'd you do? Go to
But
your other
it
account,
really
Steve?
needs to be at 68 because as soon as the stream ends, it's going to drop one number. Or at least that's what it does for me.
He takes again.
It does. It always takes away one for whatever reason.
There you go. Now you're at 68.
That's because you like yourself until you get done.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I always hit the like button. I wondered about that, but I didn't know. You know.
I didn't know that either. No shit. That makes sense, though. But
thank you, JM, sir. I knew JM was a good man. He just proved it.
Oh, now you're at 70.
Oh, wow. Thank you, folks. Whoever hit the like button, other than JM, well, JM too, I appreciate you guys.
It's 131 likes combined.
You know, there's only two guys I know of that could get those kind of likes, other than today for us, Steve. That's Craig and Hawk. And I said, guys, that's not counting Indy. Indy probably gets 1,000 every night. I don't know, but
yeah, they have the secrets.
They sure do. I'm trying to figure out what they are, you know. Well, Craig's, I think I know what it is, you know. Craig, like I said, Craig's a trip, and everybody likes to go on trips. So it's
and then everybody's tripping.
Yeah. There you go, Red Runner. There you go. Needs to be 69. I agree. For more reasons than one.
Say, well, anyone that just got here that in my chat, I have Ronnie's link pinned at the top, so you can always jump over to his channel too.
That's right. And anybody that is on mine, Steve's and you're not sub to Steve, his is at the pins at the top of my chat. So if you ain't subbed, please sub. If you ain't hit the like button, please hit the like button. And it wouldn't hurt our feelings a nary a bit, not nary a bit, if y'all would share.
Not at all.
Because I couldn't get this on Rumble today. Jeremy the Jester is here.
Jeremy,
Jeremy,
what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Definitely is. Welcome, Jeremy.
Where the heck is that picture at? I'm into the third hard drive now.
Hawk, you're kind of like me. One night I mentioned that I had a picture of Junior on about something. I don't remember what it was about. And Kiss Office wanted me to find it. And so I hunted and hunted and hunted and hunted and hunted. Couldn't find it. And the next night I was on, she asked me again, did I ever find that picture? I said, no, I searched forever and couldn't find it, but I hunted some more. Still couldn't find it. I don't know what happened to it. It's probably in there somewhere, and I just overlooked it. I mean, it has to be in there, but where, I don't know. Uh-oh. I think your dogs are giving you a direct order there, Hawk.
Yeah, I think it might have something to do with filling their bowls back up again.
Yeah, exactly. Saying, hey, sucker, we're hungry. Why ain't you feeding us?
I just fed them like 6 hours ago. Let's see. Okay, no, it's not in that drive. You know what? I bet it's on my laptop now that I think of it.
Dang.
Oh,
So
and Ronnie, that 2-hour one, that George Washington 2-hour one, I emailed it to you too, just in case, the link for it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Steve, because as you know, that's where I get all of my videos when I do it from my email. So thank you, brother.
Right on. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, before I closed that out, I'm like, shoot, I better email it to him just in case.
Absolutely. Because I am going to show that on my next show. If I had a thought about it, I would have already shown it, but I had forgotten way about that a long time ago. And Buff says he fed Sadie Friday, so I bet she's really pissed off. I'd be gnawing your leg off if I was her. I tell you, I think Jeremy might be getting stocked up for something. I'm not exactly sure what.
It looks like it.
It does, don't it?
Or just being prepared.
Either one is good. You know what I mean? Either one is good. Oh, Steve, you should have dropped in last night to hear me sing my song. Or did I already tell you about it? I don't remember.
Yeah, you were talking about it earlier, but yeah, I didn't get home till I didn't even know you were alive until afterwards, but then I can't go back and watch it. So
You can go to Rumble and watch it.
oh yeah, that's right. There you go. Shit. See, I'm gonna have to start using Rumble more. And then I'll figure it out more. The more you use it, the more you learn, right?
That's right. And for anybody that don't know, I do have a channel on Rumble. It's called Ronnie York 8337. That's Ronnie York 8337. And in case you didn't hear me those first two times, it's called Ronnie York 8337 on Rumble. And I don't know why they won't let you set up two videos at the same time on there, but it won't let me do it. It may let other people do it that know more about it than me, but I can't do it. It says, nope, your slot is already filled. No matter that you're not going to use it, that or set it up for that night. They don't even ask you that. It's just no. Have any luck, Hawk?
No, not yet. I did find one particular one, though. I found that you might find interesting with knowing what seniors' gravesite looked like, right? Mm-hmm. Remember what? Okay, well, let's take a look at what Junior's website or gravesite and Lady Diana's gravesite looks like.
Sounds wonderful. I know what they look like, but yes, sir. There it is. Now, why do you think that is? I mean, it's a bum puzzler, ain't it? I mean, you know.
Extremely puzzling. Extremely puzzling.
It is. Right in the exact design of a Q. Now, a lady dies, you know, it's an oval, but it's still the same thing.
Yeah, but what covers her gravesite? Water. The Lady of the Lake.
Yes, and what color is that water?
Purple.
Yeah, well,
For royalty.
And the point I'm trying to make there is that, you know, when Trump was publicly in office, Melania would wear certain dresses and everything, you know, to get the message out. Not just dresses, but jackets.
Yeah, that would have been Tiffany blue.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Because I could probably sit here and blow through. Oh God.
There you
So
go.
This is when everybody realized that Kamala's wearing a mask. Why does Kamala need a mask? Wait a minute. What's up with that? I could sit here and just filter through picture after picture after picture. Look at that mask right here. See it right there?
Ain't she beautiful?
Probably a dude.
More. Oh yeah.
There's a flag for you. Three blind mice there. And look at that. Who would happen to be in the Oval Office or at the White House with Bill Clinton? And look who's lurking in the background. See her?
Oh yes.
Oh, yeah. I just seen that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Hillary, what was Bill doing on that island 26 times?
He was just visiting. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
Just visiting.
I've got a bunch of posts and.
Yeah, that was funny. Go back a few, Hawk. Go back a few.
Look at that.
Yeah,
who's that?
Who the hell is that? I don't know.
James Woods.
Okay.
What's his name? James Woods. Yeah.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. Two of the lawyer. What's his name? Him.
Lynn Wood.
Yeah. This is when he was walking through the White House after Trump supposedly left office, and he was looking for Biden. He couldn't find him anywhere.
Yeah. You got like 40 pictures of him all over the White House. And there's the Nuremberg Code for you folks.
And it's lovely. And I'll tell you, that's what a lot of people ought to begin following, is that right there.
Yep.
And figuring out what's going on with the Nuremberg trials, or, you know.
Yeah.
Get some good stuff on there, Hawk.
Yeah. Want to guess what that is?
There's a med bed.
That's a spaceship unit.
Oh, is it? I thought it was a med bed. It looks like one.
It
ain't got a bed in it though. So yeah.
No, that is that right there is a
that's a Tic Tac.
Pretty much, yeah. And it basically reparticleizes your body.
Yeah, like what Jeremy said. Medbed.
That is what it looks like at first glance.
Yeah, it does it basically for which a man was created at the point of inception in the womb of a mother, not only receiving the balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in history, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but it also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system. Hence, reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science to bring the body of the man into a near perfection as at the time of birth.
Well, so it basically is a med bed.
Yeah, it breaks down the carbon, the hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, and all of which are plasmatic fields, and basically addresses the illnesses in its natural form, kills the illnesses, and then puts all the other stuff back in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I got a bunch of stuff on stuff like that. There's a med bed for you right there.
Yep.
So that's just one type.
Oh yeah, there's many of them.
Yeah, that right there. That's there's the rulers of the world right there, guys. They were then, they still are now. You know, the only cure nobody's talking about: more cowbell.
Yes, and I got to say this. Champ and I have gone over the bells and things so many times on my channel. It's not even. I mean, it's unreal. And I don't know if we've gotten through to anybody yet or not, but it was a real thing back, 1 or 200 years ago. Excuse me, 1 or 200 years ago when before they came along and snatched it all out of our grasp.
And the thing is, this statement right here is true. They fear me because I have no fear. Why? Because I know who you are. I know who you are. That goes through. And he's talking about, see, IAC equals American country. So, yeah. There's the letter, the Balfour Declaration.
And did you know that October 31st is the last day of that in Israel?
That is correct.
It's over with.
Yep. And that's how satellites are in the sky, folks. They are not in space.
Oh, I'm glad you have that up there. I'm so glad.
I like that.
That's not the Chinese. That's not the Chinese spy balloon. Those are our satellites for GPS. Okay. They float up to the firmament and they stick to the firmament until they run out of gas, and then they come back down and they have to be refilled again. Okay. Man does not go into space to drop off satellites. Sorry.
I don't think we can even get into space to drop off a satellite. It'd be hard to get through that firmament. I'm just saying.
So here's the skull and bones, and this guy right here, George Herbert Walker.
Thugs in Harmony.
Yep. George Herbert Walker Bush. See, come on now. There's the map. That's hard to figure out. If you haven't been in it for a long time, you're not going to get it. This right here is the most natural way to get rid of a cold or the flu. There's your instructions right there.
Squeeze the juice. No squeezing the juice. What movie was that from? Sorry. It's from a movie. I just seen Squeeze the Juice and it popped in my head.
Yep. Yeah. That's simple. Take a picture. All right. Time to strike back. Yep, we're getting there. That's just the agenda. And then, here's the new money. Make it bigger. Yeah, this is going to be the new money. So let me make it big, and then I'll move it over section by section. Here's your 1s, your 5s, and your 10s.
I'm so glad you got this, Hawk. I mean, it just tickles the hell out of me.
Here's the 20s, the 50s, and 100s. And here's the backs of them.
Right on, brother. I'm glad you got the pictures of those things. I've got them somewhere. I've got one of a $5 bill, I think it was.
And it's called rainbow currency.
That's right.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I did hear, Hawk, that they changed it. It's not going to be rainbow anymore because the bad side somehow got to it. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just saying that's one thing that I heard.
Well, when it was posted, it was about the rainbow currency is what they called it.
Yes, it was.
It's at the end of the rainbow is basically what it meant, And
I'll tell you, it confuses the hell out of a lot of people though, because they don't grasp, the difference between what we got now and where they get the difference. They just think it's going to be an evil system.
This is going to be 100% gold backed.
That's right. But a lot of people still think that it's going to be evil, you know. And but the thing of it is that when it's in your account, there's no way for anyone to get into your account. It's absolutely safe. No one can get into that account besides you. I don't know if it's going to be by iris scan or what, because I mean, as far as I know, nobody's put that out yet. But however it is, no one can get into your account besides you. Uh-oh. TR3B.
So what you see there is a Boeing 747. And what you see tracking it is what is called a TR3B.
Absolutely.
And then there's one inside the belly of a hangar. So when they tell you that aliens are flying over you, no, they ain't. Maybe illegal aliens. There's them making tunnels. More tunnels.
So many of those. Tons of those.
More tunnels. This is the one that the mag lift train that goes from California all the way to Baltimore, Maryland in 2 hours.
Damn,
okay,
that long?
I'm
surprised.
Here we are taking a plane that takes us 8 to 12 hours, and these guys can be there in 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, they say that there's one of those under, or at least there was one under the House of Representatives where they could just get on it and zoom, you know, wherever the hell they wanted to go.
Yeah. Well, they have those tunnels underneath the oceans as well.
Oh, yes.
They don't have to fly.
No, they don't.
I'm sure there's tunnels from where I'm at to California and Japan.
There is the tunnel system that goes from the Baja Peninsula of California to Hawaii.
You know, one thing that's always surprised me about these tunnel maps is that Texas, being as big as it is, only has 2, I guess you call them ports or whatever. And it looks like one of them is right in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and the other one's in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
But as big as Texas is, I'm surprised there's not more of them. And that there is an underground base in Abilene, I think it is. It's not like deep underground military base or anything like that. It's just where a president or whatever can go, to be safe. It's like kind of like a bunker.
This one here is pretty self-explanatory.
Ain't it though?
Yeah. Let's see what else is in here. There's the big Q map. That one is this is crazy. Let me make it as big as I can, and then I'll scroll up to the top. And it basically shows you.
Yeah, and what is you and I have talked about it a couple times now.
This is the Cult of Baal, is what this is.
Yeah,
began with the Canaanites, the tribes of Dan.
Yes, and that, what I like though is that it's getting down to Switzerland and Israel, being together. When Q said Israel, we're saving Israel for last.
Mm-hmm.
Switzerland fits in there too, because look exactly where it is.
Yep, look where Vatican is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Vatican and Switzerland, and the third one, the Illuminati, are all in the middle of all of it.
So my question, I guess, would be, as far as Israel, it's when we're in Israel now.
There was a report put out today that all the people of Switzerland, 5 million people in Switzerland, all received
iodine
capsules.
Yes, sir.
Yep, every one of them have received iodine capsules, and you use iodine capsules for when there's nuclear involved.
Yeah, and why would the the country of which Switzerland be giving that out to their people? I mean, got to be some reason.
Yeah. Don Jr. posted this.
He's absolutely right.
Yep. Go out and get yourself a conspiracy theorist friend. You're going to need one to explain what's about to happen. You ain't kidding. So true. That's the We Are the Plan video. This guy. Okay. Now this is actually interesting. I'll have to, let me drop this down and then reopen it because I want to put the audio in this. Okay. What this guy's machine does, okay, is converts one thing into another. Basically, true alchemy. Okay. And I need to make it full screen too. How do I do that? Is that? There we go. Okay. And let me make sure the volume is all the way up. Okay, here we go. Let me mute myself.
This is the new Universal Material Enhancement Unit. What it does, it works like Earth and the Sun. And inside it, we can produce any material we need in space. In space, we cannot take materials with us. With a new understanding of the technology, we can literally make what we need at the point of demand anywhere in space. We can produce materials where the center works like a sun, and all the systems, each one tuned to produce one material. We can produce copper, we can produce zinc. We can produce any material we need at a time and a point of need and demand. And this is what the new technology is. The new space technology. Man does not need to carry any food, medicine, or water. We produce it anywhere in space. This allows mankind to be able to sustain life for long-term duration anywhere in the universe.
Now, isn't that something?
It sure is. And the thing is it's in the shape of a Tic Tac again. You know, the thing that the Navy pilots saw flying over the water here, a year or two ago?
Yeah.
Or at least it was put out then.
Okay. So this one here is a medbed pod. Crazy, huh?
It is.
Ask yourself, with all of those blessings and all of the blessings that you've been given, what will you give back to this country and indeed to the world? What imprint will you leave in the sands of history? What will future Americans say we did in our brief time right here on Earth? Did we take risks? Did we dare to defy expectations? Did we challenge accepted wisdom and take on established systems? I think I did, but we all did, and we're all doing it. Or did we just go along with convention, swim downstream so easily with the current, and just give in because it was the easy way, it was the traditional way, or it was the accepted way? Remember this, nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right, and they know what is right, but they don't have the courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road less traveled. I know that each of you will be a warrior for the truth, will be a warrior for our country and for your family. I know that each of you will do what is right not what is the easy way, and that you will be true to yourself and your country and your beliefs. In my short time in Washington, I've seen firsthand how the system is broken. A small group of failed voices who think they know everything and understand everyone want to tell everybody else how to live and what to do and how to think. But you aren't going to let other people tell you what you believe, especially when you know that you're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that speech.
All right, guys, we're going live. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2.
That was a cute smile.
Roseanne. This was that was a bunch of doctor women who. Okay, let me shrink this down now. So I can get that. Secrets in Plain Sight. That's a really good video to watch too. I downloaded so much of this stuff on my computer. It's, believe me, you guys have no idea how much stuff I have.
The Art of War, the oldest military treatise in the world.
This is actually the audio book of The Art of War by Sun Tzu. 128 hours of reading. Crazy, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Hawk, you ought to send me that so I can listen to it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep. It's yeah, I got so much stuff on here. It is so crazy.
You know what? It would take me probably 10 years to read that book now because my eyes just won't hold up to it anymore. You know?
Yep.
And I would love to hear it.
Yeah, it's you can actually listen to it. I believe it's up on BitChute and it's also up on Rumble, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think it's up on Rumble too. So, I'm gonna keep going through these folders here because I will find that picture that we were talking about. Wow, so many. I'm like, and the thing is it's like, and then I get mad when I run out of space on a hard drive and then I don't have another one yet. And it's like, I got to keep this here until I get until I get another freaking hard drive. And
well, see, what you need to do, Hawk, is you need to put in on your channel, on your Cash App deal, to not only to help support your dogs and your the buying of gasoline or whatever, but for that too, to get you another hard drive.
Yeah, I'll get another one here probably in about a month. I'll need one because like I said, it's they fill up fast. They fill up fast because as you begin to find evidence and everything and documentation, it's like, okay, I got to save this, I got to save this, I got to save this, I got to save this,
Mm-hmm.
And it does. It just gets totally nuts. Trying to stay on top of it, and it's
well, what you need to do in case one of them things happens with the where it boils everything away is put the one you got the most on back and somewhere and save it. Just unplug it and put it in if you have to, put it in a Faraday cage and whatever.
Yep. Wow. I look at this stuff and I say, I can't believe I still have this. I still have this. I still have that. It's like, oh my Lord.
Well, just don't take us to your Pornhub channel.
I don't have a Pornhub channel.
I'm just messing with you, Hawk.
Yeah. I'm on OnlyFans, damn it. It's the only place that they allow fat strippers. Yeah. Oh, dang nabbit.
Well, Steve, our 2 hours really went to shit today. Did you know it? I think Steve's taking a nap or something.
Oh shit, dude! I've been, man.
He's been talking the whole time.
I have. I was like, that's what because I just said that 2 minutes ago, and then you said, I'm like, that's what I just, and then I looked, and I'm like, all right. So,
Well,
but
you was right.
yeah,
But hey,
you know
it's
what though? It's all right though. I'm happy with it because the longer it goes, the better. That means it's a damn good show.
There you go.
that's
There
right.
you go.
And we're getting the information out to the folks that want it. Hopefully, I mean, you know.
Yeah. I'm still looking though. I'm not finding it. It'll probably take me till tomorrow to find it. And then I'll be like,
learned.
damn it, why isn't Ronnie live right now? I found it. I found it.
I definitely learned a few new things today. Besides besides that tiger piss smells like buttered popcorn. But
That's the best one you've learned, ain't it?
I see now. I'm just not sure that I'm want to walk up and stick my face in a pool of tiger
right.
piss.
That's what I'm curious about. Like, how did
smells
this person that figured that out figure that out?
Why would you know that?
Right. Exactly. That's why, like I was saying, I've been having a great week up until a few hours before the stream because now I know that, and I don't want to know that.
He's gonna lay there all night tonight. He's like, why do I have to know that?
Right. Why? Like, out of all the random facts that are out there, that's the last one.
Now, Hawk, what we're going to see and hear about next is we're going to see and hear about Steve going to the zoo and burying his face in a big old puddle of tiger piss to see if it's true.
Or I'll be like, you know what? Forget all about tiger piss. You know what elephant piss smells like? Smells like.
If you know what it tastes like, I'm really concerned for you.
No
yeah,
shit.
I'm concerned for I'm in a lot of trouble if I know what it tastes like. Well, I don't even know for a fact that tiger piss smells like that. That's just what I heard. Supposedly it's a fact, but
yeah, I know what you're saying. That's the way it is with a lot of things that we all come across nowadays. Chap says Newsom plows over small child, then spanks him during basketball game in China. Hell, it's kind of amazing because I didn't even know Newsom could play basketball. But the other part is not surprising.
Well, you know what else I'm thinking about? Like media, right? Well, we all know media is all fake and shit, but who are they these commercials and like who are they talking to when they say stuff like, is your money safe? Because all I think of is like, what, the $72 I have? Yeah, man, it's good. Like, are they just talking to rich people? What do you mean, is your money safe? You're talking to people with hundreds of thousands of dollars or something? Not me.
Well, and there's more you could add on to that. Is your money safe? Is your money worth anything to begin with? Answer no. Well, that's just one. I could think of a few more if I strained my brain, but I don't want to strain it too hard. I might pass out.
Money's just paper, funny paper.
That's exactly what it is. Well, back when I remember when Nixon took us off the gold standard for the last time, I think I was 21, 22 years old, something like that. And I knew, that something was rotten in Denmark then, but I guess I was too young and, busy working and raising my family and everything. I didn't pay a hell of a lot of attention. And that's what's gotten us into trouble where we're at now is we haven't been paying attention to a lot of things that we should have been.
Yeah.
What I truly hope is that comes out of all this is I ain't kidding you. I pray that, young people, that when they have kids, that first of all, we need to teach our kids, and then our kids need to teach their kids, and so on down the line. If we don't, we'll be right back in this shape in no time, if not worse. I mean, my opinion is first of all, God is the one, in my firm opinion, that is doing all this to begin with, but he always works through men. All through the Bible. And for whatever reason, he chose President Trump to work through this time. And we may not have a man like that around that God even wants to trust with doing things, if and when it were to happen again. So, you know, we better do our thing, teaching our kids and everything while we can. May not have another chance. And I don't know about you gentlemen, but I'm about ready to call it a night right there. Or we can go for another 2 hours.
Then. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we double take that number and double it.
We could be like Hawk and just go around the clock, you know.
Yeah, if we're like Hawk, we got 8 hours to go.
Yeah, you got 8 to 10 hours to go yet. What are you talking about?
We've only just begun.
I'll tell you what, it's got to be that good weed that Hawk has got there that keeps him going. I don't know, man. Whatever it is, right on, Hawk.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you, I went up on with Hawks 2 times last week, Steve, and I think I was up there, 2, maybe 3 hours at the longest. And
yeah,
the first time I was on there, I just happened to look at the clock up on the, you know, that's up on the left-hand side of the StreamYard, and it said 10 hours or something. I said, holy shit, that can't be right. Yeah. And anyway, I asked Hawk, I said, have you been going for over 10 hours? He said, yeah. I said, damn, man. Wow. It still amazes me, you know, that he, not just one night now, he does it, or a day, he does it every day that he's on.
Yeah, lately I've been trying to do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That is pretty much the best schedule for me, because that's when all of the reports, you know, are, you know, that's when I have the maximum amount of reports, you know. But it's always a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know. You just try and get done what you can as it comes out, and share it everywhere. You know, it's absolutely necessary. Share it everywhere.
That's right. And what I like about it, Hawk, I mean, you have some very good videos, man. I got to hand that to you. But what I think, you know, that if you add Hawk's and my channels together, because right now I'm coming at it from a historical point of view, you know, and then going back up, or actually just jumping around. But Hawk is on, you know, today and what's going to happen, you know, tomorrow and whatever. So it just seems to me like when you add the 2 channels together, you know, that you get everything.
Yep. Yeah, you get a mix. It's but I'm biblically driven, you know.
Oh, me too. If I wasn't, I wouldn't even be on here. I mean, at all. Cheryl is asking, are you going on after this, Hawk?
No, but I should be premiering a Dave Snedeker video, either when I finish here or later on this evening. And it's going to go up on Rumble, Facebook, and here on YouTube. So that's the objective, anyways. We're hoping to. I believe he's recording it right now.
All right. Well, Hawk, man, we definitely appreciate you coming up with it, man. It's been a very interesting day.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's.
I don't think it's just been interesting for me. I think it's been interesting for everybody. Did you say something,
absolutely.
Steve?
It's always good to have Hawk on, and yeah, awesome.
It is. Hawk's he's very sharp in this stuff. I got to give him credit for that.
Well, like I said, though, it's, you know, if it wasn't for, if I was a drinker still, if I was still consuming alcohol, I couldn't remember any of this stuff. I'm not kidding. I would not be able to remember any of this.
Well, see, that's why I am, Hawk. If I'm smoking marijuana, I can't remember where I'm at. That's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
I mean, man, it just literally. Well, I could tell you stories. I won't, but I could.
Yeah.
The first 2 or 3 times I tried it. And I don't think I ever tried it more than the third time because, oh, Lord, that was you talk about a trip. That was a trip.
A long, strange trip it's been. Them dogs just. I'll get you guys fed in a minute. Chill out, relax.
Chap says, where's the...
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Chap's asking where the after party is. You were saying,
I'm going over to Chad Freeman's. He has the Rockin' Rabbit Hole. Some interesting stuff.
I see Buff's still working on my Cash App. Way to go, Buff. I appreciate that.
There you go, Chap. I'll put it in chat again.
Blanket Fund. Absolutely.
All right, cool. Yeah, I got to get some stuff done too here. Got a big week coming up with work. So I got next 3 days. Well, possibly 2, but probably 3. Big job. So.
Yeah, right there. JM just dropped Chad Freeman's link into the chat. So
right on, JM. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, JM. Myself, I'm going to get off and try to. I don't know what the hell I'll rustle up to eat, but I got to find something. It ain't nothing but a can of pork and beans.
Gotta eat something.
Which don't have any pork in them anymore, by the way, but they still call them pork and beans.
Oh, right on, Ghetto. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Ghetto.
Little chunks of pork fat in there.
Only thing I could find in mine, if I buy it, which I don't like it, is they put them cut up weenies in there. I don't like the weenies in my pork and beans at all.
I like B&M baked beans better.
I'm sorry, you like what, Hawk?
B&M baked beans.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I got a bunch of them in there too.
So I'll take a bread pan, and I'll pour the beans into the pan, and then I'll take jumbo size hot dogs, put them in there, and then I'll pour some more beans over the top of them, and then I'll bake them. And as the hot dogs start to plump, it pushes the beans off of them, and then I'll cover it with some New York extra sharp cheddar cheese. And then when I grab the hot dog bun, I put a little scoop of beans on the bottom, squirt it with ketchup, mustard, and then put the hot dog on the top. It's completely covered with cheese, and oh yeah,
Hawk the cook.
See, now I just made myself hungry. Damn it!
Well, I was already hungry, so it made me hungrier. You know, the other night, when it's been probably a week ago, when you were in the chat and you were talking about whatever it was you was cooking. I wasn't hungry until you started talking about what you was cooking.
Oh, French fries with New York extra sharp white cheddar cheese.
It made me hungry in hell.
Yeah.
And I thought I'll never make it through this show without having to fix me something to eat. But I did. But boy, my son was growling, kicking, and screaming. So thank you, Hawk.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. You got to eat, And the thing is that RSO, you'll get bouts, you'll get periods of time where you just get really, really hungry. When that happens, eat. Don't hold back from it. Just eat. Even if you're only making maybe a couple of scrambled eggs and a piece of toast or something like that. If it tells you to eat, eat. It's no different than if it tells you to sleep, sleep.
Oh, you ain't got no choice but to sleep when it tells you to sleep. At least for me, you don't.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with me. That's why I don't really even smoke. But yeah, one hit and I'm like, oh, going this night.
But Ronnie's doing a concentrate that's 4 times more powerful than anything that you smoke. You know what I mean?
Yes. You ain't kidding. It is. I've smoked before. It's been a long time ago now, at least 40 years. No, it's been more like 50 years since I smoked a joint.
And you know what's you want to hear an even funnier one, Steve? There's nobody on the island of Maui that has Maui Wowie.
Really?
That plant was brought to the United States and was never returned back to Hawaii.
Wow, I did not see that. Something else I didn't know. That's crazy to think about.
If somebody says that it's Maui Wowie, no, it ain't. No, it ain't.
No shit. That's
It
nuts.
came here in 1978 and never went back. Yeah, crazy, huh?
All right. Well, gentlemen, let's shut her down right there. Once again, Hawk, thank you very much, brother. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it, and I know Steve does too. But
oh, absolutely. That's
it's been
Always
a great
pleasure
show.
hanging out with you, gentlemen. You got a great crowd over here. You know, you got some very intelligent people in your chat, and they add to the conversation very well. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, if we can keep getting guys like you in here, maybe they'll get even more wise, knowledgeable.
Yep. I've learned quite a few things today. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down. You guys take care. Have a great night.
Thank you, Hawk.
Yep. Thanks, Hawk. Much love. Aloha, brother. God bless.
Aloha.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right, brother Ronnie. I'm gonna drop down too, let you close out, but I just want to say real quick to everyone in chat. Have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, a beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha. Most importantly, God bless. And
Thank
Ronnie,
you, Steve.
I love you, brother, and I'll talk to you soon, man.
Love you, Steve. Thanks, brother.
Yep. Thank you.
See you next week. And I think that's Big Chap's link right there. Pretty sure it is. But anyway, Mr. Bobby. Welcome, Mr. Bobby. You got here just in time to say good night, brother. But that's better than not showing up at all. Don't forget to hit the like, Mr. Bobby, because I'm going to leave this one up. Probably the one I get the second baseball thingy on, but what the hell, you know. I just want to go out of my way here again to tell Hawk thank you. It's a great live. And to prove it, we're supposed to go 2 hours. I mean, we went 4 hours and 17 minutes and counting. So it was very good. And Hawk is very knowledgeable on all this stuff. That's why I love having him on and being on with him. Because I love talking about this kind of stuff. I just do. And thanks to all you folks for hanging there and watching. Because it's, like I said, it's been 4 hours. And I know y'all's butts got to be hurting too if you've been sitting down all this time. Mr. Bobby says, oh, dang it, smash the thumbs up for nothing. Thank you, Mr. Bobby. Sorry, brother. Are you working now, Mr. Bobby, by the way? You got to delete some what, Buff? Don't delete my shows. Good night, Salt. And thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Cheryl. Thank you for hanging in there with us. And let's see. Oh, can't find Ghettos? Well, Ghetto, drop your link, brother. If you wanna. He might have already gone, Buff. I don't know. Ghetto might have went to the ghetto. In the ghetto. By Elvis. Y'all remember Elvis, I know. Good night, Landon. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you and Tiff being here. And Chap, thank you, Chap, for being here. Thank you again, Miss Salt and Light. Oh, Jody, I'm sorry you missed it too. Yeah, go back and watch this one because it was a good one. It was definitely a good one. And thanks to my brother Steve for being up here with me again today. Appreciate you, brother Steve. There's Steve right there. There's Ghetto's channel right there. And Ghetto says he ain't in the ghetto anymore. Don't get that confused. Anyways, I normally go on tonight on, come back on. But I ain't going to do it tonight because I think more than enough is covered for one day in this show. But I'll be back Tuesday night if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise. And I hope the creek don't rise because I think the good Lord be willing. I don't know that, but I'm praying he'll be willing. Exactly. Next week, same time on Mr. Steve Harlow's channel. Oh, and Steve, tell your dad, thanks for coming on with us. Appreciate him taking the time and everything to listen to us, because I know he probably don't agree with some of the things that were said. But thank you, Gary. Anyway, good night, folks, once again, and I hope all y'all can find your way over to, back here to my channel Tuesday night. And I'm definitely gonna try to. When are you having another show, Landon? Probably the same time as mine is, so I don't get to watch them. But same bat channel, same bat little chair here, or whatever booth I'm sitting in. Everything I say, everything. You too, Mr. Bobby. Have a great one, brother. Let's see here. There's Chad's link, Chad Freeman's. Let's all go over and raid Chad's room or page, show, however you want to say that, and say hello to him. Man said, well, it was going to be tonight, but we're exhausted. I heard that, Landon. Well, maybe we can all catch the next one. And by the way, if anybody's not subscribed to Unspecified Podcast, you really need to do so. They got some good shows over there. And they're both good people. And also, for Big Chap here. Big Chap's got a channel. Definitely my brother. And Chap and I do a lot together. A lot of shows together. So please subscribe to him if you ain't already. And who am I missing? I know I'm missing somebody here. Let's see. Yes. I know I'm missing someone I was going to mention here. I don't want to run off leaving anybody unmentioned. Oh, and my brother Steve. If you're not subscribed to Steve, please do so. Steve Harlow. And give him a watch. Or not a watch, but watch him. At least one time. And with that, good night, folks. Y'all have a blessed week ahead. And other than that, God's prayers. We don't forget to say your prayers. And we'll see y'all on the next show. There's Chap's channel. I think that's his anyway. He's pointing that way. Good night, everybody. Love you, Chap. And Steve. We'll see y'all on the next outing. And good night, Miss Dakota. Thank you. And Miss Karen Reese, thank you, girl. We'll see y'all all later. Good night.